if Allu Arjun were to be treated like a common criminal like this and arrested in this high-handed manner, he says that even the Chief Minister could be arrested for the death of 2 people following the demolition drive that was undertaken by the Hydra as well. So Allu Arjun's case to come up in court later this afternoon. Will he be sent to jail later this evening? We do know that the medical checkup happening at Gandhi Hospital, after which he is expected to be brought to the courts, where the court will hear the quash petition, and what happens next is something that we will have to wait and see. But yes, there will be a lot of concern among Allu Arjun's fans, for who his new movie has once again brought him hugely into the limelight, has been even otherwise an extremely popular film personality with several hits to his credit, and someone who his fans identify very closely with kind of roles that he has essayed on screen, including in Pushpa, where he of course is a very grounded young man that he plays with the lead along with Rashmika Mandanna in this particular film. But the film has just about released about less than 10 days ago,
breaking
and
all kind of records, the kind of money is collected.
Actor now being arrested by the police.
Right, the kind of money is already collected in 8 days' time. Of course, to get more on this,
Pushpa 2 has done extremely well, and it has collected over 1,000 crores already. So it is certainly a very big film, doing the numbers certainly, and bringing in the returns that any filmmaker, any film producer, any film hero would want. The first part did extremely well, and the second part, just the anticipation of what it is going to be like would have brought the people into the theatres, and it has managed to make the big numbers in theatres as well. Back to you.
Right, Uma, thank you so much. We also have Sanjay Saha, former IPS officer, and we also have Dr. M. Satya Kumar, advocate of the Supreme Court, joining us. Mr. Kumar, over to you first. So what are the options that one has in such cases, given that the charges against the actor are very serious?
Definitely. The first thing is that the state has taken action for which Mr. Allu Arjun squarely could not be held responsible, considering the fact, firstly, he's a normal citizen, then comes he's a celebrity, he has a celebrity status. Considering this fact, he cannot take adequate steps what the theatre should take, because he's already informed that he's coming there. As per the law of tort and the liability, squarely falls on the theatre and not on the actor. Considering this fact that the state should have been very careful in filing a case against him, because it is seen now as a political vendetta, and now it is, and he has a huge fan following. The state should have been very careful, considering the fact that the theatre owner is squarely responsible for the safety of the theatre. First, primarily, he has the liability. Then comes the liability of the actor. But however, the point to be noted, this case has been filed under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, where the charges have been created against Allu Arjun, and their team has gone now for placing a petition before the High Court for the quash. Meanwhile, Allu Arjun will appear in the lower court, that is for the purpose of bail, and I'm sure that both the things will parallelly happen. We have to see what could be the outcomes of this case as per the court's order shortly. But
right,
all said and done,
of course, the actor has also asked for his arrest to be postponed till Monday. Can such an exception be made in such cases?
Ideally, there cannot be. The police has all the powers. The police ultimately has all the powers. State has all the powers. State, as per Article 12 of the Constitution of India, wherein the government has all the power. State has all the power. The police can definitely issue a summon today, issue a summon later also. It is only for the purpose of investigation that they have taken. But by sending him to the hospital for the checkup, there is an indication, there is a possibility of a remand. There's an indication that there is a possibility of remand. So his fans are concerned, and his legal team is working now in a war footing basis to ensure that the petitions are filed in the High Court, as well as even if he is taken for the remand, then he can definitely plead for the bail in the court directly, where the trial also is said to happen later point of time in the trial court. So considering it, he can definitely get the bail if his legal team is going to argue on merits, because at the end of the day, state, when it curtails a fundamental right of a citizen, whether he is an actor or a normal citizen, there is definitely a legal remedy as per the Constitution of India. And the Constitution of India, we are marking 75th year, so that will definitely protect Allu Arjun also. He cannot be an exception for this. And the state should have taken more care At the end of the day, if these kind of incidents happen in a state, in a location, even the government is also responsible. At the end of the day, there is no reason that Allu Arjun has to take all the adequate care of the security. Allu Arjun is like any other person; he has the liberty to go anywhere. But the state should have been very careful to follow the protocol. If the state would have come to know that the Allu Arjun is coming to a theatre, then even the state should have stepped in to support to ensure that the people are not affected. It's not that security is provided to Allu Arjun, which he will take care. But state should have stepped in to protect that the stampede would not have happened. So accordingly, state also is quietly responsible. So we have to wait and watch what will be the outcome of this case in the days to come. Two remedies for Allu Arjun. One is to file quash, which he has tried to move now. Second is to file a writ petition, questioning about the procedure of arrest. Third, definitely can plead for a bail in the court, where he will also be, if he is taken for a remand, then he can plead a bail there as well. And the court can look into the matter and definitely look into the seriousness of the issues. And definitely there is a right of bail as well. As we all know, bail is a norm, jail is an exception. So we have to see whether in this case the same stand will be taken in the events that will happen shortly.
Right. We also have Mr. Sanjay Saha joining us. Sir, how can the actor be held responsible for a stampede that's broken out outside a theatre? He does not own the theatre. He simply made an appearance at the theatre because his film was, holding that special screening just before its release. So, where does the buck really stop? Who is to be blamed in such a situation?
The crowd management has always remained an issue as far as the Indian crowds are concerned. And most of the times when there is stampede and things of that nature, it is basically the inadequate level of management, which is at the core of the issue. Now, what has come to play in this particular case is whether the actor informed the theatre management and whether the theatre management informed the police. If then the police were in know of things, there is absolutely no way we can put the whole blame on Allu Arjun. So that's point number one. Point number two, that there is a show, special show, which is being screened in Sandhya Theatre. It's very difficult to understand how the police intelligence did not know of it. And if I see the video film, so I'm also seeing that there is some police presence. It is not very adequate police presence. There is your press reporter who's talking about in last 16 years, she has seen lots of these events happening, and the actor is brought through a different axis. Now that is a reality. But the other issue is there is no police dictated standard operating procedure. Now the theatre and the security personnel of the actor, at least the security personnel of the actor cannot be completely held responsible, where I presume that the police were in know of things. So we are operating in an area where only the judicial proceedings or the legal proceedings will be able to decide the extent of responsibility and the liability. But in the most of the stampede cases we have seen so far, I think this sort of a direct culpability has not been set in this manner. So might be we are saying this for the first time, where we are fixing it on the actor, that actor himself is directly and squarely responsible, and it's because of his particular action, either intentionally or recklessly, has led to Revati's death, which comes to your section 105 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, and also as per section 118, it led to the injury of her son. So currently it is a catch-22 situation. The police has taken a stand that it has happened not because of them, and they're also holding ground that it happened squarely because of the actor, the theatre management, the theatre owner, and the security personnel of the actor himself. Now the security personnel of the actor can only take care of whatever is his close access security. They cannot take care of the whole security. And if it is known to the police, and if somehow it is proven that it is known to the police, then the responsibility of the police also moves in. And as the advocate who was speaking before me, he is talking about the state liability. So providing security is a state liability. And once there is intelligence available, and very difficult to believe that in a screening of this nature, the intelligence of the actor going there, or the likelihood of the actor going there, and the nature of frenzy which these actors and actresses create in South India, that is unknown to Hyderabad police, so it's very difficult to believe. With regards to the legality of it, The legality itself is in question as it stands now, and the legality has to be proved in the court of law that this culpable homicide, not amounting to murder, the actor is directly responsible for that, either recklessly or by any action which he has
Sir, could it
taken,
be
which
that
on
the
the face of
security
it
of
does
Allu
not
Arjun,
connect.
could it be the security of Allu Arjun was pushing the crowd away, and that's really what caused the stampede, and that is why the actor is being booked?
See, the issue is that in the FIR, every FIR has the narration of the case. Now, in this particular FIR, whether it has been put to the security of Allu Arjun or not, that is another question. I'm not going to do the details of the FIR. And the actor's security cannot be held responsible squarely for a stampede wherein there is a huge crowd and actor security is primarily dealing with the security of the actor, and they have been hired primarily for that purpose. If that security would not have taken care of the security of the actor, and if something were to happen, you can well imagine what would have been the law and order situation and what would have been the repercussions thereof. So, to best of my understanding, security is a state subject. The direct correlation on the face of it between the actor and the incident or the culpable homicide, I don't think it is as straight as it is made out to be. And more importantly, it is the Sandhya Theatre owner and the actor's security team to some extent. I think they can be tangentially be held responsible, but police in no way can extricate itself of the responsibility of security and this direct correlation. I think when the FIR comes for quashing or for the judicial trial for quashing of the FIR and also in
Sir,
the
I'm afraid
arrest
I'm
sort of
completely
a
out of
situation.
time, but of course, many lessons to be learned from this very unfortunate, very tragic incident that took place last week during that special showing. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Welcome back, and the Constitution debate that started at 12 o'clock in the afternoon in the Lok Sabha, it will continue till tomorrow, and that is when Prime Minister Modi will be making that concluding speech. And of course, it was Rajnath Singh that started the debate as far as the Constitution is concerned, attacking the opposition on insulting the Constitution. In retaliation to that, it was Priyanka Gandhi during her maiden speech in the Parliament. She went ahead and hit back at the government over the Constitution, while Akhilesh Yadav has said that this raises a place of worship Membership Act as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, and he says that this raises paper leak issues as well. It was Rajnath Singh who said that some keep the constitution in their pocket while hitting out at Rahul Gandhi, of course, and the constitution is not beholden to a single party. Priyanka Gandhi there raising, the now rape case as well as the violence that erupted in Sambal. She is saying, why is the NDA not implementing women reservation now? So she, of course, raking the security situation as far as women are concerned, and that is what really happened in the first few hours of that debate over the constitution. This will continue till tomorrow, and Rahul Gandhi, in fact, is expected to speak tomorrow, as is the Prime Minister. Let's listen in as to what really happened.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे देखा। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया।
Time to cut across to Prime Minister Modi, who is in Uttar Pradesh in Prayagraj. He is launching projects worth 7,000 crore rupees in order to boost connectivity.
उत्तर प्रदेश के मंत्री, सांसद और विधायक साथी, प्रयागराज के मेयर और जिला पंचायत अध्यक्ष, अन्य महानुभाव और मेरे प्यारे भाई और बहनों, प्रयागराज में संगम की इस पावन भूमि को मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक प्रणाम करता हूं। महाकुंभ में पधार रहे सभी साधु संतों को भी नमन करता हूं। महाकुंभ को सफल बनाने के लिए दिन रात परिश्रम कर रहे कर्मचारियों का, श्रमिकों और सफाई कर्मियों का मैं विशेष रूप से अभिनंदन करता हूं। विश्व का इतना बड़ा आयोजन, हर रोज लाखों श्रद्धालुओं के स्वागत और सेवा की तैयारी, लगातार 45 दिनों तक चलने वाला महायज्ञ, एक नया नगर बसाने का महाअभियान प्रयागराज की इस धरती पर एक नया इतिहास रचा जा रहा है। अगले साल महाकुंभ का आयोजन देश की सांस्कृतिक आध्यात्मिक पहचान को नए शिखर पर स्थापित करेगा। और मैं तो बड़े विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं, बड़ी श्रद्धा के साथ कहता हूं, अगर मुझे इस महाकुंभ का वर्णन एक वाक्य में करना हो तो मैं कहूंगा, ये एकता का ऐसा महायज्ञ होगा जिसकी चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में होगी। मैं इस आयोजन की भव्य और दिव्य सफलता की आप सभी को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, हमारा भारत पवित्र स्थलों और तीर्थों का देश है। ये गंगा, यमुना, सरस्वती, कावेरी, नर्मदा जैसी अनगिनत पवित्र नदियों का देश है। इन नदियों के प्रवाह की जो पवित्रता है, इन अनेकानेक तीर्थों का जो महत्व है, जो महात्म्य है, उनका संगम, उनका समुच्चय, उनका योग, उनका संयोग, उनका प्रभाव, उनका प्रताप, ये प्रयाग है। ये केवल 3 पवित्र नदियों का ही संगम नहीं है। प्रयाग के बारे में कहा गया है, माघ मकरगत रबी जब होई, तीरथ पति ही आव सब कोई। अर्थात जब सूर्य मकर में प्रवेश करते हैं, सभी दैवीय शक्तियां, सभी तीर्थ, सभी ऋषि, महर्षि, मनीषी प्रयाग में आ जाते हैं। ये वो स्थान है जिसके प्रभाव के बिना पुराण पूरे नहीं होते। प्रयागराज वो स्थान है जिसकी प्रशंसा वेद की ऋचाओं ने की है। भाइयों बहनों, प्रयाग वो है जहां पग पग पर पवित्र स्थान है, जहां पग पग पर पुण्य क्षेत्र है। त्रिवेणीम माधवम सोमम भरद्वाजम च वासुकिम वंदे अक्षयवटम शेषम प्रयागम तीर्थनायकम। अर्थात त्रिवेणी का त्रिकाल प्रभाव, वेणी माधम की महिमा, सोमेश्वर के आशीर्वाद, ऋषि भारद्वाज की तपोभूमि, नागराज वासुकी का विशेष स्थान, अक्षय वट की अमरता और शेष की अशेष कृपा, ये है हमारा तीर्थराज प्रयाग। तीर्थराज प्रयाग यानी चारी पदारथ भरा भंडारू, पुण्य प्रदेश देश अति चारू। अर्थात जहां धर्म, अर्थ, काम, मोक्ष चारों पदार्थ सुलभ है, वो प्रयाग है। प्रयागराज केवल एक भौगोलिक भूखंड नहीं है, ये एक आध्यात्मिक अनुभव क्षेत्र है। ये प्रयाग और प्रयाग के लोगों का ही आशीर्वाद है कि मुझे इस धरती पर बार बार आने का सौभाग्य मिलता है। पिछले कुंभ में भी मुझे संगम में स्नान करने का सौभाग्य मिला था और आज इस कुंभ के आरंभ से पहले मैं एक बार फिर मां गंगा के चरणों में आकर के आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त किया। आज मैंने संगम घाट के लेटे हुए हनुमान जी के दर्शन किए, अक्षय वट वृक्ष का आशीर्वाद भी प्राप्त किया। इन दोनों स्थलों पर श्रद्धालुओं की सहूलियत के लिए हनुमान कॉरिडोर और अक्षय वट कॉरिडोर का निर्माण हो रहा है। मैंने सरस्वती कूप रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट की भी जानकारी ली। आज यहां हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण हुआ है। मैं इसके लिए आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, महाकुंभ हजारों वर्ष पहले से चली आ रही हमारे देश की सांस्कृतिक आध्यात्मिक यात्रा का पुण्य और जीवंत प्रतीक है। एक ऐसा आयोजन जहां हर बार धर्म, ज्ञान, भक्ति और कला का दिव्य समागम होता है।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
Well, welcome back. Let's get you the latest as far as the Constitution debate that started at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It's day one of the debate that's going to continue tomorrow as well. It was Rajnath Singh that started the debate. This is from the BJP, while he hit out at the Congress party, talking about how people carry the Constitution in their pocket. And it's Priyanka Gandhi who made her maiden speech in the Parliament. She hit back at the government over the Constitution, and it is Priyanka Gandhi who also brought up the topic of security when it comes to women. She spoke of the now rape case and also of the violence that broke out in Sambal. This was a sharp attack on the BJP's plan to rewrite the Constitution and the use of federal agencies to censor the rival political leaders. Let's listen in to what.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे थे। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है। हमारा संविधान प्रोग्रेसिव है, प्रगतिशील है, समावेशी है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारा संविधान सार्वभौम है, हमारा संविधान सर्वसक्षम है। हमारे संविधान की सार्वभौमिकता और सर्वसक्षमता का अंदाजा इसी बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि जहां एक ओर हमारा संविधान स्टेट यानी राज्य की जिम्मेदारियों को विस्तृत रूप से सूचीबद्ध करता है, वहीं नागरिकों को उनके संवैधानिक और मौलिक अधिकार भी प्रदान करता है। अगर एक लाइन में मुझे कहना हो तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमारा संविधान सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक और सांस्कृतिक जीवन के सभी पहलुओं को छूते हुए राष्ट्र निर्माण का यह मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, साथ ही लोगों के लिए मॉरल ट्रेजेक्ट्री यानी नैतिक मार्ग भी बनाता है। भारत में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मेकिंग से जुड़ी ये सब बातें लोगों से छिपाई गई हैं। इतिहास में जाने पर पता चलता है कि हमारे देश में इस बात पर व्यापक सहमत थी कि भारत का भविष्य किस तरह के कानून से निर्धारित हो। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है।
पहले संसद चलती थी तो जनता की उम्मीद होती थी कि सरकार महंगाई और बेरोजगारी पर चर्चा करेगी, कोई उपाय निकालेगी, कोई रास्ता निकालेगी। आप नारी शक्ति की बातें दोहरा रहे हैं। जो आप नारी शक्ति का अधिनियम लाए हैं उसको लागू क्यों नहीं करते? वो 10 साल बाद लागू क्यों होगा? क्या आज की नारी 10 साल इंतजार करेगी उसके लागू करने के लिए? क्या बात है? आज संसद में बैठे हुए सत्ता पक्ष के मेरे साथी ज्यादा से ज्यादा अतीत की बातें करते हैं। 1921 में क्या हुआ, कब हुआ, नेहरू जी ने क्या किया। अरे वर्तमान की बात करिए, देश को बताइए आप क्या कर रहे हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी क्या है। अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी। कि इस चुनाव में हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये सरकार आर्थिक न्याय का सुरक्षा कवच तोड़ रही है। आज संसद में बैठी ये सरकार बेरोजगारी और महंगाई से जूझ रही हमारी जनता को क्या राहत दे रही है? कृषि के कानून भी बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों के लिए बन रहे हैं। सही एमएसपी को छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है।
And to get more on this, we have my colleagues Vasudha as well as Nazir joining us. Vasudha, over to you. The BJP, they're saying that the Congress has disrespected the Constitution, while the opposition, they're saying that they're fighting to save the Constitution.
Absolutely, Divya. There was a lot of anticipation about Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's speech today. In fact, her husband, Robert Vadra, also was part of the audience in the gallery. And of course, the whole family watched it. Her son was also part of this today. And the anticipation was also because people are curious to understand if her politics is going to be any different from her brother's. And, what kind of orator is she going to be? We have seen her public rallies, political rallies, but how is she going to speak when, she is a parliamentarian? So hence, this was her maiden speech, which is why a lot of attention on her, and she covered a lot of issues, starting with the fact that she brought back the spotlight on the Constitution, alleging that had the BJP not had the results of the Lok Sabha elections not been this way, with the BJP getting the mandate but a reduced one, the party, she claimed, would have started tinkering with the Constitution. She also said that the process has already begun with efforts at privatization and lateral entry. She also said that there's a growing inequality in the country. And one thing that she did talk about is the Indian freedom struggle. And she said that, the Constitution is basically a voice of the brave people who fought for India's freedom. There's a price to pay for it. And the kind of fear that she said, she accused the BJP of spreading a sense of fear, which, of course, Rahul Gandhi also keeps doing the same. And she said that there is a sense of fear that existed during the British time that is even prevalent now. She also took, a dig at her own party members, ex-party members who have joined the party. She, in fact, talked about how there is a sense of, there's a sense of correcting the wrongs once you join the BJP. So clearly a political speech, but a loaded one at that, talking about farmers. She spoke about, farmers' unrest. She also spoke about how, there have been attempts made in certain states where she alleged that with money power, governments have been broken. So political points have also been made. But most importantly, she also spoke about how women have to wait for at least 10 years to get that reservation bill that the Prime Minister has promised. And she said that she alleged that she feels that the Prime Minister is not really serious about the Constitution because he's never in the Parliament. That's what she has alleged. But of course, the whole speech, the whole day started with Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, initiating the debate from the BJP side. And he too made very critical points, most importantly, speaking about the role of women and the contribution of women in the Constituent Assembly, right from Hansa Mehta to Sucheta Kriplani. He said that, the Constitution is not the gift of any one single party. And he also spoke about how he has seen opposition members carry a little book of Constitution in their pockets because they have seen their forefathers do that. But for the BJP, it is a way of life. It is something that they've internalized in their working. So clearly, this is going to be a battle between the ones who save the Constitution and the ones who say that they follow the Constitution. And of course, now T.R. Balu of the DMK is speaking. We saw Kalyan Banerjee of the TMC also spoke a little while ago. We also saw Akhilesh Yadav making some very important points there, but he also raised those very critical issues of paper leak and cyber crime that are increasing in the state of Uttar Pradesh, making it clear that regional parties, opposition parties are also using this opportunity to raise some issues which are very critical to the functioning of their states, something that opposition parties have not been very happy with the Congress because they also feel that this whole session has been a complete washout with the battle just being between BJP and the Congress and their own states and their own issues getting sidelined.
Right, Vasudha, we also have Nazir with us. Nazir, of course, we heard Rajnath Singh say that they've implemented the Constitution in Jammu and Kashmir with that record voting as far as the voter turnout was concerned, and also that there was no violence during the polls. That is what was really said, during that Constitution debate today with Rajnath Singh, particularly talking about the situation in Jammu and Kashmir and the elections that were held.
Well, that is just one part of when they talk about the larger context of the Constitution, but the debate is much bigger than the election in a particular state or the union territory. You know that when it comes to the constitution, when we talk about Jammu and Kashmir, there was part of the constitution, which was Article 370, that has been abrogated, right or wrong, whether that was upholding the constitution or that was violation of the constitution. Supreme Court has set that debate at rest. But larger thing is, will the, rather than partisan debate on the constitution in the parliament, will the members of the parliament from both sides of the aisle reaffirm their faith in the constitution? That is the bigger thing, because this is the day when there is a debate on the constitution, because it was the 75th year of the adoption of the constitution. There have been lots of things have been saying, because Rahul Gandhi talking about constitution khatre mein hai, BJP saying they are the ones who uphold the constitution. It is the Congress which has actually tampered with it. There have been 106 amendments in the Indian Constitution since last 75 years. Compare it with the American Constitution in 235 years, just 33 amendments. And all those amendments goes to the states then. They were a different system. But the question is, can a bigger, the largest party or the majority party in the parliament have right, amend the constitution? That has to be a debate. Because this constitution is something which is a compact between the people in this country. And that is the guiding principle. That is something that protects us, gives us liberty. That's what, when we start the constitution, saying preamble of the constitution, it's we the people of India. Then we talk about justice, liberty, fraternity, all those things. So that is something that needs to be just not debated, but also celebrated. And it is the occasion. What is important today, this debate today in the parliament, while there would be a debate on both sides of the political divide, we see Congress would be, or the opposition would be blaming the BJP, and BJP would be blaming the Congress. Because remember, during the Congress rule, during the emergency, there was 42nd amendment by Indira Gandhi, by the parliament, which actually took away all the powers of the judiciary. State federalism was trampled upon. And it was in 1978 when the Janata Party brought 44th amendment and changed all those things. There has been the assault on the constitution. Constitution, as I said, there have been large number of 106 amendments have been made. When the constitution was started, there were only 395 articles, and now they have more than 458 articles in the constitution. I'm 448 due to the change, due to the amendments. So there's a larger debate, because constitution is something which belongs to all. It is the last thing people turn to. It's the last thing, which actually gives us as a judiciary, free judiciary, legislature, right to vote. And actually, if it's not just the debate in the parliament, it should be part of the preamble of the constitution, should be part of the morning assembly in every school. Well, the children would know we all are the Indian citizens and nobody is above anybody. We're all equals. And this constitution gives us that right. Whatever faith you practice, whatever culture you have, and this is the constitution which accommodates all those things. So that's why this debate today is very, very important. Debate for 2 days, where there would be a blame game.
Right, absolutely, Nazir. So a very important debate that will carry on till tomorrow, and it will be concluded by the Prime Minister. And Rahul Gandhi also expected to speak tomorrow. We will keep getting you the very latest from the Lok Sabha. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Lots more coming up on the other side with my colleague Aditi.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardo. A lot more lined up from what's happening in the Constitution debate as well as Allu Arjun behind bars. We'll get you more on this news edition, but let's take a look at the top headlines at this hour. Inside the Parliament, high voltage debate is underway on the Constitution. Rajnath slams opposition over insulting the Constitution, while Priyanka in her maiden speech slams centre for misusing the Constitution. SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav also trains guns at centre, says borders compromised under Modi government, also questions PM Modi's absence inside the House. And Telugu superstar Allu Arjun arrested in the Stampede case that took place in Hyderabad following the death of a woman. He has been named in the FIR. Court will hear his urgent plea to quash the FIR at 4 o'clock. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, several union ministers and MPs paid floral tributes to those who laid down their lives in the 2001 terror attack on Parliament 23 years ago. And big infra boost for Mahakumbh next year. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Prayagraj and has launched multiple developmental projects. He also offered prayers at Akshaya Vatika Hanuman Mandir in Prayagraj. And viewers, Telugu film star Allu Arjun has been arrested in connection with a tragic stampede that occurred during the premiere of his highly anticipated film Pushpa 2 on December 4. And now the court will hear his plea, which seeks quashing of the FIR in which he has been named. This court hearing will come up at 4 o'clock. Remember, this incident resulted in the death of a 39-year-old woman and left her son in critical condition. During the investigation, police arrested 3 individuals, one of the theatre's owners, its senior manager, and the lower balcony in charge. Now, the actor had earlier apologized and announced financial assistance of Rs 25 lakh to the family of the deceased woman. But now he has been arrested by the Hyderabad police, and the political blame game is also erupting over Allu Arjun's arrest. The opposition is asking why he has been arrested when there was a clear negligence of the organizers and the police department which failed to prevent the stampede that took place at the site. However, he has been now taken to the hospital for a medical checkup, after which Allu Arjun, the Telugu superstar, the Pushpa 2 superstar, will be presented and produced inside the court, where the hearing will take place. First on his remand, which the cops will seek. The other hearing in the court that will be key today will be Allu Arjun's plea, which seeks quashing of FIR. His lawyer has sought an urgent hearing. Listen into more with my colleague Veera
this kind of frenzy is not restricted to Hyderabad or Allu Arjun. It is something that happens for every big southern star when a movie releases on the first day, first show. In fact, this has been a long debate in the South. There have been court cases about allowing movie screenings at 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. in the mornings to avoid, to prevent the screening of such movies at that time, to avoid chaos for the general public. So that's really the question that's being raised right now. One has to go into the facts of the matter. Obviously, as you point out, the private security is saying that they had informed the theatre owners, and the theatre owners had informed the police about the fact that the star was going to arrive there for screening, which meant that then there should have been security and cordoning off of that area, etc. Just reverse the issue a little bit, Divya. If the star arrived there and in mob frenzy, if a star was injured, there would be enormous hue and cry over why there was not enough protection given. So that same thing applies to the fans as well who are going there. Because this is part of the socio-cultural ethos of South India, where when a film comes out, there is this kind of frenzy. So the question really being raised is that should the star also be held accountable? So these are questions that will have to be probed into in detail. It's not just about one star. It's a larger issue that needs to be addressed. Obviously, the FIR here names both Sandhya Theatre or management as well as the star as well. So there are no simple answers to this, but the question of whether prior information went from Allu Arjun's security to the theatre owners. Did the theatre owners inform the police? Were the police capable of providing security enough? Was this all planned in advance? Those questions will have to be looked into very seriously.
My colleague Uma Sudhir is joining me for more on this. Uma, we are hearing the court will hear Allu Arjun's plea seeking quashing of FIR against him at 4 o'clock.
There are two things that are happening. That the medical test of Allu Arjun has been completed at Gandhi Hospital, after which he is on his way to Nampally Court, where the police is going to seek his remand. Judicial remand or police remand is something that is open to the court, what they will decide to do. But there is a second plea that has been filed by Allu Arjun, and that comes up in the Telangana High Court, and he has asked for a quash petition, and he has said in fact that the cases against him should be quashed, and that case is to come up at 4 p.m. What we do know is that the police had earlier itself tried to prepare the remand report for Allu Arjun, and that is ready, which means that they are keen on going ahead and arresting him, as in sending him to jail or to police custody. But Allu Arjun on his part has moved court asking for time and asking for quashing of the cases against him. There are two other developments that have happened. Megastar Chiranjeevi has suspended his shooting and is in fact gone to the residence of Allu Arjun along with his wife, and also Nagababu, who is brother of Pawan Kalyan, brother of Chiranjeevi as well, and who is slated to be a minister in the Chandrababu Naidu cabinet. They are all of course family and therefore together. Chiranjeevi's brother-in-law is Allu Arjun's father. That's how they are related. But interestingly, the chief minister has now reacted. Revant Reddy has said that law is following its course, and that he has no role to play in the arrest or otherwise of Allu Arjun, and there is no reason for any political meaning to be read into this. The context of the Chief Minister's statement is that BRS leader Mr. K.T. Rama Rao has targeted Revant Reddy and said that this is a pinnacle of insecurity by the Chief Minister, and blaming the high-handed attitude of the Congress government in the manner in which Allu Arjun was picked up and arrested. And BRS leader had in fact said that in that case even Revant Reddy should be arrested for having caused the kind of psychological distress he did to people through the demolitions of Hydra. This is something that he has tweeted on X, and he had in fact blamed the Congress government. BJP leader Raja Singh has also reacted, and he has said that this is in fact a failure of the police here in Telangana, and for them to target a celebrity is wrong, and it is the police administration that should take responsibility for what has happened. So he has once again said that arrest of Allu Arjun is not right. The third reaction has come from YSRCP leader Lakshmi Parvati, who also happens to be, the wife of former Chief Minister of erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, Mr. N.T. Rama Rao, and she has reacted, saying that in all this she sees a conspiracy by Chandrababu Naidu, and she feels sorry that Allu Arjun has been arrested, and she's making a reference to the Pushkar that happened, during the time that Chandrababu Naidu was Chief Minister in his first term as Chief Minister, and at that time 29 people had died in a stampede. She said was Chandrababu Naidu held responsible for it, and she's quoting other multiple instances where during stampede deaths there was some celebrity presence or some occasion because of which a stampede death happened, and at that time the person is not held responsible, and therefore she's seeing a Chandrababu Naidu conspiracy angle in this. The other reason why Chandrababu Naidu's name is being drawn into this is also because Allu Arjun was seen to have campaigned for a YSRCP candidate in the run-up to elections that happened earlier this year, along with the general elections. The state elections had also happened, and therefore, Allu Arjun, in a sense, was not really on friendly territory when he went to Andhra Pradesh, even for the release of his film and so on. Of course, the films have released everywhere, but this unfortunate incident that happened in Hyderabad now, on the 4th of December night, 9:30 is when this has happened. And I have now also with me that letter which the authorities are saying that they have, the theatre authorities are putting out, saying that they had sought police protection, and that it is not the theatre management or Allu Arjun who should be blamed for it. So there will be a blame game now, with the police, of course, holding Allu Arjun's team responsible, and also saying that there is accountability on the part of the theatre managements, because of which the partners at Sandhya Theatre, the managers, the crowd management staff, they have been taken into custody, and a few other people, we are told, are absconding. The second part of it is they are holding Allu Arjun's team responsible for the star coming out there and causing that kind of a stampede that led to the unfortunate death of a 35-year-old woman identified as Revati, and her son was also badly injured
as
in
we
the
speak.
stampede
We also
that
have
happened, and therefore
visuals
the criminal
of
cases.
Rajnika and other superstars who are visiting the house of Allu Arjun at this time. As you mentioned, Chiranjeevi has visited, and other superstars are also coming and visiting the house of Allu Arjun at this time. We also have shots of Allu Arjun leaving the medical hospital. After this, he will be taken to the court, as you were mentioning. We are also hearing, Uma, the reaction of Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, who is now at the center of this whole controversy. Everybody in the political parties, in the political arena, are questioning the role of Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, saying why is Allu Arjun, who is a national award winner, is being targeted in the whole fiasco of what happened. And the opposition says it is the clear negligence of the police department that they failed to control the crowd at the place where the stampede took place and one person died.
So yes, political support and support from the film world coming in for Allu Arjun and against the arrest of Allu Arjun by the Telangana police. I wouldn't say the Chief Minister is at the center of this, because the police on its part, one can presume, is acting independently, and they have booked cases to important sections, or rather serious sections, under which cases have been booked. This includes 105 as well as 118 of the Bharat Nyaya Samhita, the BNS, and both of them, one relates to voluntarily causing grievous hurt, and the other relates to culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Both of these are non-cognizable offences, and it is under these sections of the law that the police has now proceeded and chosen to arrest Allu Arjun. What we understand is that it was around noon today that police arrived at the residence of Allu Arjun, and in about 15 minutes time he was told that he will be arrested, and he in fact objected, saying that is the police going to be coming into my bedroom to arrest me. Subsequently, we have seen visuals of him waiting at the parking lot. His wife Sneha Reddy is there, and so is his father Allu Arvind, who is also of course a big producer and a big film personality in the Telugu film world. And Allu Arvind, the father, is seen getting into the same police vehicle in order to be of support or be of moral support to his son and accompany him to wherever he's being taken next. But then the police police advise him that it is better that he does not accompany the son, and then Allu Arjun can be heard saying that I will handle this, that this is whatever comes out of it, that he will handle it. And you can also be seen in the visuals patting his wife Sneha Reddy on the cheek and giving her planting a kiss on her cheek and telling her that, reassuring her that all will be okay. And he leaves looking quite calm and composed, and in fact smiling through all of that. We saw him in fact even waving to the fans near Gandhi Hospital, near Chikatpalli police station, because from his home he was straight taken to the Chikatpalli police station, where after some more procedure, documentation, some signing of some documents, he was then taken for medical examination to Gandhi Hospital, where after the examination at Gandhi Hospital, he is now on his way to the Nampally court, where we expect that the police is going to be asking for his judicial remand or police remand, and the court is expected to take a stand on that. This, even as a quash petition that he has filed, was taken up as a lunch motion and is expected to come up at 4 p.m. today in the Telangana High Court. So whether the Nampally court orders will precede what happens in the High Court, that's something that we have to wait and watch. But what is very clear is that this big star from the, not just I would say Telugu film industry, but someone who is a national star, now a national film star, especially after his Pushpa success of the first, the first part of the Pushpa series, and the second part, which is just released, just about 10 days ago, the release happened, and that's when the unfortunate incidents had unfolded at that time. And now Allu Arjun, will he go to jail this evening, is a big question that everyone is wondering about. Even as all this is happening, political support coming in for Allu Arjun from the BRS leader, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, Lakshmi Parvati, who is a YSRCP leader, and also BJP leader, Mr. Raja Singh. On the part of the Chief Minister, he has reacted saying that he has no role to play in the arrest or otherwise of Allu Arjun, that this is something that the law is taking its own course, and that he will not be taking that call on whether Allu Arjun is arrested or not arrested. Presumably, or rather the suggestion seems to be from the critics of Revanth Reddy that there was a nod from the Chief Minister in order to get Allu Arjun
we
arrested.
also have, now the film fraternity reacting to Allu Arjun's arrest. We have Bollywood star Varun Dhawan also reacting to Allu Arjun's arrest. He says that the actor should not be solely responsible for what happened. Whatever happened was, unfortunate, but the actor is not solely responsible. We also have Varun Dhawan's reaction coming in. Let's take a look.
आई फील जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. वी कैन टेल पीपल अराउंड अस, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी की बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे, एंड वी आर ग्रेटफुल टू देम ऑन दैट. एंड जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. वेरी सॉरी, सेंड माई कंडोलेंसेस, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
Right, Uma, as we were talking about how the opposition is targeting now this action that has been taken against Telugu superstar Allu Arjun. Now, even the film fraternity is coming out in support of Allu Arjun. The Pushpa 2 star is finding support from his colleagues. Now, Bollywood superstar Varun Dhawan is also coming out and saying that it should not be the sole responsible person, should not be the actor, but others also should also be questioned in the case.
Absolutely. I spoke to the Hyderabad Police Commissioner earlier today, and when he did confirm to us the arrest of Allu Arjun, but he also said that this is something that we are, taking seriously, because everyone is equal before law, and there are, cases filed under serious sections of the BNS, including voluntarily causing hurt, as well as the section of law that says that you are, under which he is now being taken into custody. And it's not just the actor and his team members who are being taken into custody or being questioned. The police is likely to arrest a few more people, is what we are told. But the theatre management has also been taken to account. The theatre management people, including the owners of Sandhya Theatre, have been taken into custody. A few more people are absconding. So the police making it clear that they are acting according to the word of the law, and that's why they are taking action for the culpable homicide not amounting to murder and voluntarily causing hurt to people, because of which the death of a woman happened on the night of December 4, just before, or even as a special screening of Pushpa 2 was underway before the formal official release of the film.
Right, absolutely. Uma, stay with me. Let's also listen in to what Varun Dhawan has to say. He says that it should not be the sole responsibility of the actor, but a lot of people who are involved in this incident should be questioned, and he also condemns the arrest of Allu Arjun. Let's listen in.
I feel जो safety protocols है वो हर चीज एक actor सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. We can tell people around us, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी के बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे, and we are grateful to them on that. And जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. Very sorry, send my condolences. But at the same time, I think जो आप blame है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
Uma, as we were speaking about how others are also being questioned and are also being certainly investigated in this matter, the Hyderabad police had registered a case against Allu Arjun, his security team and the management of the theatre based on a complaint that was filed by the victim's husband. So others are also being questioned. This is just what the police is following, as Allu Arjun has now been named in the FIR against him. The victim's husband has registered a complaint. So the police's defense is, what we are hearing is that they are just following the procedure, and the whole political blame game that is surrounding the Allu Arjun arrest is not needed.
Yes, Telangana Chief Minister Mr. Revanth Reddy has said the same thing. He has in fact said that the law is taking its course, and that he has no role to play in the arrest or otherwise of Allu Arjun. And he also says that everyone is equal before law, suggesting that it is the police which is acting independently because a grave offence has been committed with the death of this 35-year-old woman in a stampede that broke out because the star had in fact come to Sandhya Theatre, and there was a huge gathering of a crowd, and that got out of control. And it is after the star in fact got out, or rather stood up in his car with the sunroof actually slid over, and he had in fact stood there and greeted his fans, responded to the kind of enthusiasm that they were showing, and subsequently he goes into the theatre, and that is when this tragedy has unfolded outside. And he has in fact said that he was not aware of what had happened outside, even as he was inside the show. What I must also point out is that the theatre management has also put out this note, in which they are saying that they had in fact, this note is dated 2/12/2024, and they have written a letter to the Assistant Commissioner of Police, which I have shared with you on our calls as well. And in that it says that we request you to arrange to provide police bandobast at Sandhya 70 mm RTC Crossroads, Hyderabad, in connection with release of Pushpa 2 on 4/12/2024, because there will be heavy fans crowd. The hero, heroine, VIPs and production unit of the film are coming to see the movie. We are screening picture of Maitri Movies Pushpa 2 star cast Allu Arjun, Rashmika Mandana and other stars on 4/12/2024 at 9:30 p.m. and on 5/12/2024 at 1:50 a.m., 5:50 a.m., 9:50 a.m. and 1:50 p.m. One show on 4/12 and the rest of the 4 shows on 5/12, and continues the movie as regular. We thank you for providing police bandobast. This has been signed on behalf of Sandhya Cine Enterprise manager, and it has been sent, at least the letter has the date of 2/12/2024, which is about 2 days before this accident took place. And there is also a stamp of the commissioner here that has been put out that in fact shows the detail of what the stamping by the police, showing there is an acknowledgement on behalf of the police force that has happened here, that the traffic police station has given them an acknowledgement that they were informed on 2/12/2024 about this information. So this letter now that we have also seems to suggest that the police was informed, but whether the line of control in the police, whether adequately the information went to the right people so that the calls could have been taken about making the arrangements, that will be something that now will be heard by the court as well and as part of the investigation as well. But after the arrest of Allu Arjun post-noon this afternoon, we have seen him being taken first to the Chikatpalli police station from his residence in Jubilee Hills, and from Chikatpalli police station he is subsequently taken to Gandhi Hospital for a medical checkup. That, even as a remand report, was being prepared by the police, and now he is being brought to Nampally courts, where we expect that the decision will be taken on his remand.
Certainly, Uma, stay with me. We also have BRS spokesperson Krishank Mane also reacting to what is happening in Hyderabad. Krishank, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What is your reaction to Allu Arjun's arrest?
Nidhi, this is the copy of Sandhya Theatre to Assistant Commissioner of Police, acknowledged by the Assistant Commissioner of Police. The government very well knew 48 hours before the event that the actor, the hero, the heroine, the cinema unit was visiting to the theatre. So it was the responsibility of the government to provide the security as requested. Now, whose failure is it? Number one. And one more thing is, this event happened on 4th December, and this unfortunate incident also happened. Definitely our condolences to the family. But today is 13th. I mean, after 9 days, you are reacting on this. On a Friday, tomorrow is a second Saturday. Just you've chosen this day so that the actor does not get a bail. And there is a discussion across Telangana state today, because in the post-success meeting of the cinema, hero failed to remember the name of Chief Minister Revant Reddy. While thanking everybody for the movie's success, different governments, he failed to remember Chief Minister Revant Reddy's name. And that is the reason today they have sent the police into the bedroom. I mean, he is not someone who has been absconding. He's an actor who has received a national award. This movie itself is a hit. So he's not running away anywhere. You could have given a notice and asked him to drop by to the police station. What was the reason that the government had to send police till the bedroom to arrest this actor? So this is absolute high-handedness and ego. And one more thing, our charge is straight. We know Revant Reddy's antics and his previous cases. We know that he is known for extortion and blackmail. This movie has made 1,000 crores. So such kind of threatenings to extort money is absolutely wrong. So definitely Congress government and Revant Reddy cannot run away from responsibility. If indirect death Allu Arjun is responsible, then Congress government's failure, because Telangana state does not have a home minister, Nidhi. It is under chief minister. So you cannot say that you do not know a national award actor is being arrested on a Friday. The remand is also totally being prepared. It is not for any interrogation or anything, because in news channels it is coming that Allu Arjun is going to be taken to the hospital for checkup and then being produced in front of the magistrate. So that the whole arrest was well planned by Congress government. If the chief minister says that he does not have any information, then he should know that his government is not running properly. The administration is not running properly. This kind of high-handedness is really wrong. This has become a trend in Telangana. Women journalists are tweeting against the government. They are being booked on the Friday itself. Anyone posts on the social media.
Mr. Mane, I get your point. Okay. But my point is, Allu Arjun has been named in the FIR. The victim's husband has held him responsible. the person who has been named in the FIR, the police will follow the protocol. They will go, and it doesn't matter he is a celebrity, everybody is a responsible citizen of this nation. If your name is mentioned in the FIR, you will have to face the law.
100%. Rule of law has to be equal for all. 9 days, na Nidhi. 9 days, you could have asked him to come to the police station. This entire, you had Monday, you had Tuesday, you had Wednesday, Thursday. You could have asked him to come. Why did you choose a day where he could not approach to the court? Because tomorrow is second Saturday, is a holiday, Sunday is a holiday. There we definitely suspect the attitude, because the video was so viral, and Chief Minister is very egoist that the actor forgot Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's name. He took a revenge on this. This is absolutely what every common citizen of Telangana and the Telugu states are feeling today. If you wanted to go by the protocol, you could have given a notice. You would have asked him to come to the police station. And if he did not come, if the actor did not respond to your notice, you had every right. But barging into citizens, I mean, see, come on. A national award-winning acclaimed actor, this is how we want to treat them. Is he responsible directly in this? Then if you are responsible, then definitely the Congress government is also responsible for the lapse. Who is responsible for the security lapse? You knew that this event happened. In fact, those theatres, Nidhi, let India know, because in Hyderabad, those theatres are known that every actor, be it Mahesh Babu or even since Chiranjeevi ji or many actors, on the first day of the movie, they visit to those theatres, particularly. This is not the first time. So the police department failed to provide security there. Shouldn't the police department be also charged for this? Why rule of law separate to Allu Arjun? Why rule of law separate to the Congress government and its police?
Okay, sir, Krishank Mane, my name is Aditi, by the way, and my colleague Uma Sudhir is also joining.
Yeah.
It's okay, no problem. My colleague Uma Sudhir is also joining us. She also wants to ask one question. Yes, go ahead, Uma.
Krishank, two things there. One, that you are making allegations that we do not have any Congress spokesperson or the government to rebut, where you are alleging that it's because of a ego issue that that Allu Arjun failed to recall the name of the Chief Minister to thank that he has indulged in this kind of an action. That is something that we will have to distance ourselves as a channel. And the second part, you also made an allegation that because of the huge amounts that Allu Arjun's film Pushpa the Rule has managed to earn, that's the reason why, as an extortion, even that is a comment that we do not have a rebuttal to from the Congress government, so we distance ourselves. But just putting it the other way, now you are saying he's a celebrity who's being targeted, but if he was not arrested, you would have just said, as an opposition party, you would have said just the opposite, that he has been named in the FIR and he went in front of the theatre, stood there for 15 minutes, knowing fully well there's a huge crowd and a person has died, and yet no action was taken just because he is a celebrity with connections. You would have, as opposition party, made the opposite charge.
Umaji, we are not finding fault with the FIR. We are not finding fault with the whole procedure, the legal procedures here. We are finding fault with the high-handedness. The Constitution gives civil rights to every citizen, not just a celebrity or actor. Here, we are not naming him as a celebrity. Here, we are not giving any special rules to him. Why have you chosen a day where that particular citizen cannot go for a legal remedy? Is our question. He was out, very much out this entire week. Why have you chosen a weekend? Is our question. Not just him. This has become a trend in Telangana where journalists, social media activists, women activists have been arrested numerous times on a weekend where they could not approach to the court. In fact, if you remember, let the viewers know that Honorable Court also has mentioned in Hydra demolitions that why are demolitions being chosen on a weekend? So that the people cannot go for a legal remedy. They have on record, the Honorable High Court has said this. This is the attitude of the Congress government which we are questioning. Here it is not about Allu Arjun per se. Here it is
Krishank,
about
I just want to come in once again just
rights
to
in the
also
so-called
update our viewers.
Dukan.
Krishank, just to also update our viewers that now Union Minister Mr. Bandi Sanjay, who is also a member of Parliament of the BJP from Telangana, he has now also tweeted on X saying that a national award-winning actor who is, was lifted straight from his bedroom without even being given time to change is a disgraceful act of mismanagement and disrespect. A star of his stature who brought global recognition to Indian cinema deserved better. So the BRS and the BJP, criticizing the manner in which Allu Arjun was arrested this afternoon. We do know that the police had gone to the residence of Allu Arjun in Jubilee Hills area of Hyderabad, and Allu Arjun is quoted as saying that the police almost came into his bedroom to arrest him, and that is a manner that even Krishank, as the spokesperson of the BRS, has criticized. Now, BJP leader, Union Minister Mr. Bandi Sanjay has said that after the phenomenal success of Pushpa the Rise, fans had high hopes for Pushpa the Rule, and the massive turnout was expected given his popularity, but the real failure lies in the Congress government's inability to ensure proper arrangement for such a high-profile event, and this negligence and mishandling are unacceptable. Icon star and his fans deserve dignity, not chaos, is what Mr. Bandi Sanjay has tweeted on X. So both the BJP leaders, whether it's Mr. Raja Singh or Mr. Bandi Sanjay, finding fault with the administration, saying that they failed to provide adequate security to the people there to ensure that there is no the kind of disorder that broke out, the kind of chaos that broke out there, confusion, and the crowds ending up in a stampede that resulted in the very unfortunate death of a 35-year-old woman who had come along with her son and husband to enjoy the premiere show of Pushpa 2, but ended up dying in the kind of stampede that happened, that followed there. Back to you in Delhi.
Omar, thank you so much for the update. But Krishank Mane, as we were speaking about the role of the Telangana government in this arrest, Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy's remark has also come. He says there is no role of Revant Reddy in this whole, as you say, orchestrated arrest, but it is just the law taking its own course.
Well, Chief Minister Revant Reddy also having the portfolio of Home Minister, if such a major arrest is there, if he is already being taken to remand or he is being produced in front of the magistrate and in fact the hospital authorities also, the DGP would be having information, the intelligence would be having information, because the gravity of offense is also important, Nidhi. It's because he is a national award-winning actor. This case has been in news for a long time. It's more than a week. It's been debated. And if Revant Reddy does not know about this, then this is definitely acting. And this is shying away from the whole responsibility. Or then probably his governance is failed, that his police department does not even inform him. The intelligence department does not inform him. Because see, when there is fan base for an actor, and definitely they would turn up, it's a minimum information that the intelligence wing would give every day, report to the Chief Minister. So that is the reason we are pointing out that there is an ego clash of the Chief Minister Revant Reddy, because Allu Arjun has not thanked him, has not named him, has forgotten his name. He is reacting in such a way. Now, within hours, only within minutes or hours of Allu Arjun's arrest, Chief Minister holds a chit-chat and speaks, then wouldn't Revant Reddy know that since 9 days, there has been a case against Allu Arjun, a case has been booked, there was a stampede, the Congress government, the police department was sought permission much in prior, and nevertheless this stampede happened in the heart of the Hyderabad city, and a case was filed, a FIR was filed, Allu Arjun was named in this. If Revant Reddy has no information about this, he is fooling the state and the entire nation.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Krishank Mane, for joining us and giving those reactions. So political heat rising against Telangana Chief Minister. Everybody in the opposition is questioning the way Allu Arjun has been arrested. The police are arresting him on a Friday. That's what the BRS's main problem is right now. That why is police acting like this? Why others were not questioned equally? And why there was so much delay between registration of the FIR and the action following up now on a Friday? when they know that the courts will be closed for 2 days. So that's the whole reaction and the political blame game that is rising up against Allu Arjun's arrest. Everybody in the opposition is combining and uniting against Telangana Chief Minister. We'll wait and see how the Congress also reacts to this whole political controversy coming up. But at 4 o'clock is the key hearing where Allu Arjun's plea will be heard in the Telangana High Court over a quashing of this FIR in which he has been named, where one person has died in the stampede that took place during the screening of his much celebrated movie Pushpa 2. We'll give you more updates and more stories lined up right after this break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV.
And breaking news coming in at this hour, Telugu star Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea has been rejected by the court, and now he's also likely to be arrested. This comes after he attacked a journalist, and the visuals over there shows you the kind of attack that was led by Mohan Babu on the journalist, after which he has now been booked for attempt to murder charge. That's the charge that has been leveled against him by the cops in the FIR that was filed. Remember, the journalist has shared a picture also in which you can see how he underwent a surgery after the alleged attack by Mohan Babu. However, Mohan Babu has said time and again, and also has released an audio message in which he said that he never intended to hurt the journalist and the attack was never meant for, and he also apologized to the journalist for it. My colleague Uma Sudhir stays with me. Uma, we are hearing Mohan Babu is also likely to be arrested by Telangana cops shortly after his anticipatory bail plea has now been rejected.
No, we are not hearing that he is getting arrested. The only thing that I have flashed out is saying that his anticipatory bail plea that he had filed for has been rejected by the court. The police are right now investigating multiple cases that I must point out. One, of course, is the assault on the journalist, and the journalist Ranjit has suffered multiple fractures on his jawbone, on the zygomatic bone as we call it, and that is where he has undergone surgery as well. And looking at the seriousness of the injury, the police had modified the sections to make it into an attempt to murder case, and that's the reason why now they will be taking this case even more seriously. There are two other things that they had spoken about. One was the Rachkunda police had called him over to ensure that he signs a bond like his two sons have now done, and to ensure that there is no disruption of peace. They had also asked for the surrender of a weapon that he is holding in this particular case, and that is why the speculation, once the anticipatory bail plea is rejected, the speculation that yes, now it may be likely that he is also picked up by the police. But I have spoken to top police in Rachkunda, and they have confirmed to us that we are going by the law. We are not saying that we are arresting anyone. There is no reason for us to, but it will depend on the course of the investigation, and it is still being done. The different facts of the case are being ascertained, and if it warrants, only some kind of an action like that may be taken. But as of now, they are not saying that they are going ahead and going to be arresting Mr. Mohan Babu.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that, Uma. For us, the information that we got just said he is likely to be arrested shortly. But thank you so much for that update. Now, two-day debate on Constitution kicks off in Lok Sabha. Union Minister Rajnath Singh initiated debate on Constitution in Lok Sabha and slammed the opposition, saying attempts have been made to project that a single party contributed to the Constitution, as well as he also launched an attack on Rahul Gandhi, saying some people keep Constitution in their pocket. Well, responding to this heated argument, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also took on the centre. Meanwhile, Priyanka also said that this is her, red flagging of a range of issues from the 2017 Unnao rape to the Sambal issue and others. She also said that it is the BJP's plan to rewrite the constitution and making a strong pitch for a national caste census, which has been a core demand of the opposition. Now, echoing the same, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav also took part in the debate and said there should be a do-or-die fight to save the constitution. Let's listen into what everybody had to say.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे थे। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है। हमारा संविधान प्रोग्रेसिव है, प्रगतिशील है, समावेशी है।
अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी, कि इस चुनाव में हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये सरकार आर्थिक न्याय का सुरक्षा कवच तोड़ रही है। आज संसद में बैठी ये सरकार बेरोजगारी और महंगाई से जूझ रही हमारी जनता को क्या राहत दे रही है। कृषि के कानून भी बड़े उद्योगपतियों के लिए बन रहे हैं। सही एमएसपी को छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय कैसी चर्चा संविधान की जो है बिना प्रधान की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सरकार में जो लोकतंत्र के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है, इतना कभी खिलवाड़ नहीं हुई होगी। संविधान को परतंत्र बनाकर जो लोग राज करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आज़ादी का अमृतकाल सिर्फ एक जुमला है। संविधान को बचाने के लिए एक और करो या मरो आंदोलन की जरूरत है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आपको भरोसा दिलाते हैं, पिछले चुनाव में भी बहुत सारे सत्ता पक्ष के माननीय लोग ये कहते थे कि हमें इतनी सीटें मिल जाएंगी तो हम संविधान बदल देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने 400 पार के नारे को गिरा दिया और विपक्ष को इतनी ताकत दे दी कि इनकी जो सपना था संविधान बदलने को, सपने को तोड़ने का काम किया।
And joining me are Vasudha and Sunil Prabhu. Vasudha, coming to you first, a big heated debate we are seeing day one of the Constitution. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra versus Rajnath Singh, and then Akhilesh also weighing in, sharpening the attack by the opposition that there is a time that an andolan should be taken out to save the Constitution.
Absolutely, Aditi. There was a lot of curiosity over the kind of issues that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra would be raising in her maiden parliament speech, and she covered a lot of ground actually. This speech was also important because it would give us a glimpse into what her politics, parliamentary politics would look like. How will it be different or similar to her brother's politics? So, in fact, she covered a lot of ground here. She spoke, the most important point that she said was she brought back the spotlight on the Constitution. She said that had the Lok Sabha results of 2024 not been this way, the BJP, she claimed, would have tinkered with the Constitution. In that way, she also brought back the attention to the Constitution and to that debate around Constitution that we saw prevailing around the campaign of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. She also spoke about growing inequality in the country. She spoke about why women of the country have to wait for 10 years for the Women's Reservation Bill to become a reality. She also spoke about a couple of other issues, including the farmers' unrest that she says is prevalent from north to south to east to west. She in fact also spoke about the freedom struggle of the country and how the constitution is basically reflective of the kind of courage that our forefathers showed. She said that the constitution is something that guides the people of the country, and it is the Congress party that has always safeguarded it. She in fact blamed the BJP for spreading a sense of fear, and she said that the kind of fear that exists in the country now is similar to the kind of fear that existed during the British time. So clearly many important statements there, strong political words. We've seen her in political rallies, but for the first time to hear her speak in the parliament was interesting, and she did not mince any words when it came to attacks on the BJP. She in fact said that she doubted if the Prime Minister was really serious about the constitution because he was, she alleged, was not really present in the parliament. Of course, Rajnath Singh, the defence minister of the country, initiated the debate.
Vasudha, stay with me. We also have Sunil Prabhu on this. Sunil, as Vasudha was saying, and I want to just add on to this point, that Rajnath also said that there is an attempt by the opposition to change the constitution. They are also keeping constitution copy in their pocket, highlighting the fact that how Rahul Gandhi has been showcasing that little book, that little red constitution book time and again in his rallies and other areas while he questions the centre. So Rajnath also taking that head on and explaining that there is an attempt to modify the constitution, and a fear has been created by the opposition that an attempt is being made to change the constitution, while there is nothing like that.
Well, in fact, and he went on to say that the Congress has been the one who has attempted to change the constitution. Having said that, I think the debate is, in a sense, an encouraging sign that parliamentary democracy is functioning. They're setting aside their differences to speak as India celebrates its 75th year of the promulgation of its constitution. And it's in that backdrop that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's maiden speech, even though it had some political overtones about the washing machine from people who leave from the Congress and when they go there become clean, and Mr. Rajnath Singh pointing out to a great extent the number of times the constitution has been changed, amended, and finally, of course, the basic structure which the Supreme Court had ruled cannot be changed has now become a warning for parliamentarians to keep and understand that they cannot change the constitution from what the forefathers had intended. So definitely a healthy debate. We'll have to wait and see when it concludes tomorrow what they will be able to derive and send a message to the people of this country.
Definitely. Sunil, thank you so much, and Vasudha, thank you so much for your inputs. With that, we'll be slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Prayagraj today, a month ahead of Mahakumbh there. He launched projects to the tune of 5,500 crore. PM also reviewed the preparations for Mahakumbh, saying he was fortunate to be in the Holy Land. And with that, we are slipping into a very short break. My colleague Tanima Biswas joins you next.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, Judy. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world.
Good evening. You're watching the evening news with me, Tanima Biswas. Over the next half an hour, we'll take you through all the top stories, including that very high-profile arrest of Telugu superstar Allu Arjun. His hearing and plea in the High Court is coming up shortly. But before that, let's take a look at the top headlines. Telugu superstar Allu Arjun arrested for death of a woman who was killed in a stampede outside a theatre screening his movie Pushpa 2 in Hyderabad. Shortly, Telangana High Court to hear Allu Arjun's plea seeking quashing of the FIR against him. Allu Arjun arrested, political war of words erupts. KTR calls Allu Arjun's arrest unfair. BJP says that the Congress government failed to manage crowd. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy adds that the law will take its own course. Allu Arjun's arrest sends shockwaves. Varun Dhawan reacts, says one person can't be solely responsible for safety protocols. Actor Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea rejected. The actor has been booked for assaulting a journalist. High voltage debate over the Constitution in Parliament. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh hits out at opposition for insulting the Constitution. Priyanka Gandhi, in her debate debut in Parliament, slams the centre over alleged misuse of the Constitution. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav says one must do or die to save the Constitution. And Prime Minister Modi's infra boost for Mahakumbh. PM offers prayer at Akshay Vatika and Hanuman Mandir in Prayagraj. That's our top focus. Telugu actor Allu Arjun has been arrested in connection with a stampede outside a Hyderabad theatre last week, in which one woman died. Shortly after he was taken into custody today, Mr Allu Arjun filed a petition seeking to delay his arrest till Monday. Now, Allu Arjun was taken from his Jubilee Hills home to the police station. The actor's father, well-known filmmaker Allu Arjun, and other family members were also present when he was arrested. There are lots of details, of course, coming in now. You can see on your screens there, just shortly after the actor was arrested, Allu Arjun being accompanied by the police there. There are multiple strands of the story which are coming out. Questions, of course, being raised about safety protocol, which was in place at the theatre when he made that spontaneous or quote-unquote unplanned visit. What we have gathered is that the theatre had informed the police about the star's visit, but what kind of arrangements were made following that? That is, of course, something which is under the scanner as well. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's following all the developments in this story. Uma, so tell us first of all about the safety protocol which was in place, as you have reported that the theatre was informed about Allu Arjun's sudden unplanned visit in a way. But following that, what was the communication that they shared with the police? Did they call in for additional forces to ensure better security at the theatre?
So even before we go into the Allu Arjun arrest itself, I must tell you that the husband of Revati, who died in that stampede and whose son is in fact on ventilator in a hospital, he has appeared before camera and he has said that he wants to withdraw this case. He did not know about the arrest of Allu Arjun. He was not informed about that, but it is when the media approached them that he has said that he wants to withdraw this case because he was the one who was a complainant in this particular case that led subsequently to all these series of developments, including the arrest of Allu Arjun today. Even as we talk, Allu Arjun is at the Nampally court, where we are expecting that the police is going to be asking for his remand, judicial remand or police remand, and in the High Court as well. The quash petition that was filed by Allu Arjun's team is coming up for hearing at 4 o'clock, where they will decide on whether they should go ahead with these petitions or whether the quash petition itself will be rejected, so whether the cases will continue against Allu Arjun. The series of development is like this. It's around 12 noon that the police arrived at the Jubilee Hills residence of Allu Arjun, and he says that they literally barged in and went till his bedroom and they informed him that they are going to be arresting him. And then he was taken away from there to the Chikatpalli police station. Even as he was being taken in the police vehicle, his wife was Sneha Reddy, as we can see in the visuals, and his father Allu Arvind were there, and Allu Arvind also tried to get into the vehicle, after which he was advised not to do so, and Allu Arjun said he would handle it, whatever good or bad come out of this, and he was then taken to Chikatpalli police station. All through, Allu Arjun was looking cool, calm, composed, smiling, and saying that he is going to face whatever is happening in this particular case. He does speak to his some of his teammates as well before leaving his residence there. subsequently taken to Gandhi Hospital, medical checkup, and now to Nampally Court, where the court will decide whether the remand is given to him or not. Even as all this is happening, I must say that there are other accused in this case as well, the theatre management and other members of Allu Arjun's team also, who are likely to be arrested in this case. The theatre management has also shared the note which very specifically says that on the 2nd of December is when a letter was sent to the police, the ACP of the area, and they were informed that Allu Arjun and other lead stars, including Rashmika Mandana and also the other crew of the film, will be coming there for the premiere of the show. It mentions the first show on the 4th and 4 other shows that will happen on the 5th, and saying that these people will be attending the 4th show and to make adequate arrangements. What arrangements were made, whether it was conveyed to the top officers is not clear, but there is a stamp on that same letter that with the police stamp that mentions that there is an acknowledgement for this particular letter. So while all this is happening on the legal part of the investigation and the arrest of Allu Arjun, there have been political reactions that have come in. BRS leader, working president of the party, Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, has pointed fingers at the Congress government here in Telangana, and he has said that this is a pinnacle of insecurity, and the BRS has in fact said that Allu Arjun is being targeted because he had reportedly failed to remember the chief minister's name while thanking people at a show where he was talking about the success of the film, and that he had failed to mention the chief minister's name there, and the BRS spokesperson Mr. Krishank Mane in fact suggesting that that's the reason why Allu Arjun has been picked up 9 days after this entire incident happened. And he is also saying that because there is a huge amounts that have been, that he has done very well at the box office, and he is making some allegations for which there has been no reaction yet from the Congress party or from the government. The chief minister himself has said that he is not having any role to play in the arrest or otherwise of Allu Arjun. He has said that the law will follow its course, and that's the reason why the arrest may have happened. And he has also said that everyone is equal before law. We are also getting a reaction from the YSRCP, whose representative Lakshmi Parvati has seen a Chandrababu Naidu conspiracy in this entire issue, and she says that Allu Arjun is being targeted because of a conspiracy with Chandrababu Naidu, and her suggestion seems to be about Allu Arjun actually campaigning for a YSRCP candidate in the state and Lok Sabha elections that happened simultaneously earlier this year. The BJP has also reacted. BJP leader Mr. Raja Singh has said that a celebrity being targeted in this manner is wrong, and he has blamed the police force for not providing adequate security. Union Minister from Telangana, Mr. Bandi Sanjay, has also tweeted out on X, and he has also blamed the administration, saying that they have failed to take adequate steps even though they were informed in advance, and the manner in which Allu Arjun was picked up from his home has been criticized by both the BRS as well as the BJP, both of them saying that he was not someone who was on the run, he was not a threat, and he would have cooperated with the authorities if he was informed about being arrested or being called into the police station. And therefore, for police force to be going into his home, barging into his home as they put it, and taking him away in his night clothes and bringing him to the police station and declaring his arrest, they say is inappropriate way of dealing with a celebrity. So while the FIR has mentioned Allu Arjun and the cases slapped against him include culpable homicide not amounting to murder and also voluntarily causing grievous hurt to someone. And even as all this is happening, the husband of the victim has said he would like to in fact withdraw his case, whether he is under pressure from anyone or he would just rather focus on his son who is in a very serious condition in hospital. That is not yet clear. Back to you.
Right. Uma, just help our viewers to understand the sequence of events which took place leading up to this arrest. Was Allu Arjun actually questioned? He was, of course, named in this FIR, as you mentioned. But what was the procedure that the police followed in order to gather some sort of preliminary evidence before making this arrest?
So this incident took place on the 4th of December, evening 9:30 is when the show was, and what we understand is that It is just about 10 minutes into the show that this accident seems to have happened. Allu Arjun had arrived there about half an hour before, and what we were informed is also he had spent about 15 minutes outside the theatre. Huge numbers of people had gathered there. Sandhya Theatre is located at the RTC crossroads, where there are multiple theatres in that area, and it is typically the place where all the people with all the big releases happen and the celebrations happen. The fans club come together, and therefore that's a very crowded area. And whether the police was informed adequately in advance, why a separate route was not given for the actor to enter, was he trying to just participate in the celebratory mood and enthuse his fans? Is that why he stayed there and even opened the roof of his car and appears outside on top of the car and waves to the fans, and that obviously added to the frenzy? All that is one side of the incident itself, where the theatre management has also been taken into custody by the police, and a few more people are absconding. Team Arjun, Allu Arjun's team, also we are told a few more people are likely to be taken into custody, because the security team of Allu Arjun also being found fault with by the police authorities. And the third part is the police itself. Questions now being asked about whether the police was adequately prepared for an event of this magnitude. Was there a line of command? The communication, was it clear about Allu Arjun and his team coming there? And presumably that would have led to huge numbers being there, and therefore arrangements needed to have been made. There has been a gap between the December 5 to the arrest today on the 13th of December, and therefore during this period the police teams were on the job of investigation, questioning people, asking people about what happened. All that has happened during this period, after which they have arrived today at Allu Arjun's residence and picked him up. While the PRS, the opposition party, is alleging that the reason they have waited for 9 days is because they wanted to do it over the weekend to ensure that he does not get a bail, and they are attributing an revenge motive on the part of the Congress government. The police themselves saying that it is because they are prepared, because they were investigating. That's the reason why Allu Arjun has been now, from what I understand, he has been for 14 days, he is going to be put on, sent to jail, to the Chanchalguda jail is what I am getting an alert on. We haven't had primary sources yet doing that, but the breaking news that we are giving on NDTV is that in a short while from now, Allu Arjun is likely to be taken from the Nampally court straight to Chanchalguda jail, where he will be expected to stay for 14 days. At least that's what the orders that have been passed by the Nampally court are stating, saying that Allu Arjun is going to be sent to jail.
Right. So judicial custody of 2 weeks. Is that what you're hearing, Uma?
Could you repeat that question, Tanima?
Right. So Allu Arjun is being sent to jail for 14 days. So judicial custody of 2 weeks for Allu Arjun. Is that what we are breaking at the moment?
Yes. The court has ordered 14-day judicial custody. That's the usual, period that is given whenever anyone is presented before a magistrate. Of course, the police can subsequently also, put in a plea asking for police custody so that they can question him by themselves. And during this period, Allu Arjun will also be able to file for bail in this particular case. But what I do know is that Allu Arjun has been remanded to judicial custody for 2 weeks, for 14 days. What the fate of the quash plea in the High Court is, that is not yet clear. We have not heard yet from the High Court about what is going to be the outcome of the quash plea that Allu Arjun has filed in the High Court. What I can also share with our viewers is a bite or a statement that has been given by the husband of Revati, who is Bhaskar, and he has said that he would withdraw the case, and he has requested that Allu Arjun be released from prison. That is what we have been reporting for a while now. Now we have the statement as well, which could in a short while from now be played out on our channel. Back to you.
Right. Uma, very short answer if you can give, because this is also interesting. What happens to the petitions which Allu Arjun has now filed in court? There are two. One, of course, is about the quashing of FIR, and he had also, in fact, filed a plea seeking to push his arrest till Monday. That, of course, seems to be a foregone conclusion now. But is there any legal remedy that the actor is seeking immediately?
So Allu Arjun can of course apply for bail now, and that will be heard by the court as well. The police can apply for police custody if they want to interrogate him in their custody as well. And yes, as you mentioned, in the High Court is where we are expecting the quash plea to come up. A quash plea is something that Allu Arjun had filed in court, asking that all the cases that have been filed against him should be quashed, or rather that they should cease to exist. That he had issued a public statement, you would recall, saying that this is a very unfortunate accident that happened, and that they had informed the law enforcement authorities, which is the police. And yes, Sandhya Theatre has also put out that letter that shows about the 48 hours before the show itself. They had given in writing about the presence of these stars. Whether the police had failed to provide adequate security, all that is of course a matter of investigation. But as of now, the word from the court, the Nampally court, is that he is being sent to 14-day judicial custody, even as the complainant in this particular case, Mr. Bhaskar, says that he wants to withdraw his complaint and that he would like Allu Arjun to be released from jail.
Right. Uma, stay with us. There's another important story that we are following. Of course, this was the big story, but there's another story about another actor, a veteran actor. Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea has in fact been rejected by the court. Remember, the actor had been booked in a case of assault for assaulting a journalist. Uma, if you can take us through the details which have come through in that case as well. There was an anticipatory bail plea that Mohan Babu had filed, but that now stands rejected. So what next?
So Mohan Babu, actor-producer, who in fact had first complained against his second son, Manchu Manoj, saying that he anticipates a threat or fears a threat to his life and also to his property from Manchu Manoj. Subsequently, Manchu Manoj had also filed a police complaint saying that there's an attempt to defame him and to silence him, and that he is fighting for his self-respect. On December 9 is when it came to a climax, in the sense that Manchu Manoj forced his way into his father's Jalpalli Rangareddy residence farmhouse, and Mohan Babu was seen on camera assaulting a news reporter from a local channel, and he had suffered multiple fractures. The police had booked cases as well. The Ratchakota commissioner had called them in, asking them to appear before the police and sign a bond to ensure that there is no disruption of peace by both these parties. But Mohan Babu had got admitted to hospital at that time, and the note from the hospital had said that he suffers with high BP, stress, anxiety, and also a history of loss of consciousness. And subsequently, Mohan Babu had also filed for anticipatory bail plea. Just yesterday, the sections against him were changed into attempt to murder. In the case of the journalist, assault on the journalist, attempt to murder, there were multiple protests that were carried out by journalists at multiple locations, and the sections were changed by the police considering the kind of injuries and the surgery that the journalist had to undergo because of being hit by a metallic mic. And subsequently, this anticipatory bail plea now being rejected has opened the grounds for Mohan Babu to be arrested. But what I understand is that the police is still following the procedure, so they are saying they are not rushing in to arrest him. All that they wanted was for him to come into the police station and sign a bond to say that they will not disrupt peace. Second was to surrender his weapon, his licensed weapon that he had. And the third part now is this new case that has come up, which has actually complicated life for the actor and his family. Back to you.
Right, Uma, Sudhir there. Thank you so much for getting us all the breaking updates and all these multiple big stories that you are tracking. More breaking updates coming in, and this from Kolkata, where former principal of RG Kar Medical College Hospital has got bail in the evidence tampering case. The former Tala police officer in charge has also got bail in the same case. Remember, the former principal of RG Kar Medical College has, of course, been in the eye of the storm in connection to the horrific Kolkata rape and murder case of that doctor at the hospital. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Saurabh. Saurabh, so this is in the evidence tampering case that the former principal of RG Kar Medical College has and hospital has got bail. Does that mean he walks out?
Well, you know, as far as the officer in charge of the Tala police station is concerned, Abhijit Mondal, he will of course walk out because he was arrested only in the case registered after allegations of evidence tampering were made. Now, this was seen as a very weak case from the beginning, but the reasons that they've got bail is because the mandatory 90-day period to file a charge sheet is over, and therefore it means that automatically someone gets bail if that charge sheet is not filed. Now, also what we know is that Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Medical College and Hospital, was arrested in 2 cases. One is, of course, in the case related to allegations of evidence tampering. The other was, of course, allegations of financial irregularities. Sandeep Ghosh has also got bail in these allegations of evidence tampering, the case that was registered in connection with that. So Abhijit Mandal and Sandeep Ghosh, who were arrested in connection with allegations of evidence tampering after the horrific RG rape and murder case, have now been given bail because the investigating agency, the CBI, has not been able to file a charge sheet. Now, if I can take you back to the month of August and September, at that time, of course, there was a lot of outrage. There was a lot of allegations that were made. Some of these allegations did not have basis in evidence, but at least, and many at that point also commented that perhaps the evidence tampering case wasn't that strong a case. But now, of course, they've gotten bail because there has been no charge sheet after the mandatory 90 days from arrest.
Right, Saurabh, any word from the CBI? This seems to be a bit of a miss there, that they have not managed to file the charge sheet within 90 days. And also, what's the status of the other case in which Sandeep Ghosh has been named?
Well, Sandeep Ghosh remains in jail because there's enough evidence in the financial irregularities case. And if I can take you back to the RG rape and murder case itself, in that case, of course, the trial has already started. The criminal trial of Sanjay Roy, the main accused who was arrested by the Kolkata police, and, he was, the charges were framed, the criminal trial is on. In that case, of course, the criminal trial is proceeding on a daily basis in a fast-tracked manner. But the evidence tampering case was one case which was, came much later in the wake of protests. But there was never really any solid evidence to back the case of evidence tampering, even though it came up in the Supreme Court. And during the Supreme Court hearing at that time, the bench led by then Chief Justice Chandrachud did remark that what the CBI is saying is quite concerning. But the evidence, which is the sole basis of a charge sheet, that is not there. And therefore, in this evidence tampering case, these 2 individuals, the former principal of RG Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, and the former police officer in charge of the Tala police station, Abhijit Mandal, have gotten bail. Now, while Abhijit Mandal will be able to walk out of jail after getting bail, Sandeep Ghosh won't be able to do so because, remember, like I said, he's already been arrested in another case as well, for which he hasn't got bail, and that is the case of allegations of financial irregularities against him.
Right, which the ED is probing. Saurabh Gupta, appreciate you joining us with that. On that note, we'll head into a short break, but news and updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
Welcome back. Now, a two-day debate on the Indian Constitution started in the Lok Sabha with Union Minister Rajnath Singh leading the charge. Rajnath Singh criticized the opposition for suggesting that a single political party was solely responsible for crafting the Constitution, accusing the Congress of undermining its fundamental principles. From the opposition's bench, Priyanka Gandhi made her parliamentary debate debut, highlighting several critical issues. She raised the 2017 Unnao rape case, recent violence in Sambhal, and slammed the BJP for allegedly planning to alter the constitution. Priyanka Gandhi also strongly advocated for a national caste census aligned with a key demand of the opposition. Additionally, Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav also participated in the discussion, emphasizing the urgent need for a resolute effort to protect the constitution.
विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं. असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है. उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे देखा. लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है. मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है. भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है. हमारा संविधान प्रोग्रेसिव है, प्रगतिशील है, समावेशी है. अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारा संविधान सार्वभौम है. हमारा संविधान सर्वसक्षम है। हमारे संविधान की सार्वभौमिकता और सर्वसक्षमता का अंदाजा इसी बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि जहां एक ओर हमारा संविधान स्टेट यानी राज्य की जिम्मेदारियों को विस्तृत रूप से सूचीबद्ध करता है, वहीं नागरिकों को उनके संवैधानिक और मौलिक अधिकार भी प्रदान करता है। अगर एक लाइन में मुझे कहना हो तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमारा संविधान सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक और सांस्कृतिक जीवन के सभी पहलुओं को छूते हुए राष्ट्र निर्माण का यह मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है अध्यक्ष महोदय। साथ ही लोगों के लिए मॉरल ट्रेजेक्ट्री यानी नैतिक मार्ग भी बनाता है। भारत में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मेकिंग से जुड़ी ये सब बातें लोगों से छिपाई गई हैं। इतिहास में जाने पर पता चलता है कि हमारे देश में इस बात पर व्यापक सहमत थी कि भारत का भविष्य किस तरह के कानून से निर्धारित हो। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा भारत के विचारों के साथ भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है।
पहले संसद चलती थी तो जनता की उम्मीद होती थी कि सरकार महंगाई और बेरोजगारी पर चर्चा करेगी, कोई उपाय निकालेगी, कोई रास्ता निकालेगी। आप नारी शक्ति की बातें दोहरा रहे हैं। जो आप नारी शक्ति का अधिनियम लाए हैं उसको लागू क्यों नहीं करते? वो 10 साल बाद लागू क्यों होगा? क्या आज की नारी 10 साल इंतजार करेगी उसके लागू करने के लिए? क्या बात है? आज संसद में बैठे हुए सत्ता पक्ष के मेरे साथी ज्यादा से ज्यादा अतीत की बातें करते हैं। 1921 में क्या हुआ, कब हुआ, नेहरू जी ने क्या किया? अरे वर्तमान की बात करिए, देश को बताइए आप क्या कर रहे हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी क्या है? अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी, कि इस चुनाव में हारते हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये सरकार आर्थिक न्याय का सुरक्षा कवच तोड़ रही है। आज संसद में बैठी ये सरकार बेरोजगारी और महंगाई से जूझ रही हमारी जनता को क्या राहत दे रही है? कृषि के कानून भी बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों के लिए बन रहे हैं। सही एमएसपी को छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय कैसी चर्चा संविधान की जो है बिना प्रधान की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सरकार में जो लोकतंत्र के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है, इतना कभी खिलवाड़ नहीं हुई होगी। संविधान को परतंत्र बनाकर जो लोग राज करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आज़ादी का अमृतकाल सिर्फ एक जुमला है। संविधान को बचाने के लिए एक और करो या मरो आंदोलन की जरूरत है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आपको भरोसा दिलाते हैं, पिछले चुनाव में भी बहुत सारे सत्ता पक्ष के माननीय लोग ये कहते थे कि हमें इतनी सीटें मिल जाएंगी तो हम संविधान बदल देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने 400 पार के नारे को गिरा दिया और विपक्ष को इतनी ताकत दे दी कि इनकी जो सपना था संविधान बदलने को, उस सपने को तोड़ने का काम किया।
चेयरमैन साहब से हमारी यही विनती है कि भाई आप एक अंपायर हो और अंपायर किसी की साइड नहीं लेना चाहिए। एक तरफ लीडर ऑफ द हाउस नड्डा साहब बात करते हैं, उनको 5 मिनट 6 मिनट बात करने के लिए मौका दिया जाता है। एक तरफ विपक्ष में बैठे हुए लोगों को जब हम हाथ उठा के एक न्याय के साथ विदाउट एनी गड़बड़, विदाउट एनी दिस, जब हम बोलना चाहते हैं हमको मौका ही नहीं मिलता।
Right, and I'm joined by my colleagues Sunil Prabhu and Nazir Masoodi on this. Sunil, coming to you first, observing the debates in the Parliament today, if you can just sum up for our viewers, what was the strategy used by the NDA government and versus the opposition in terms of taking on this constitution debate?
Well, honestly, actually, it's a great relief to see Parliament, functioning and discussing really setting aside their political differences, even though it's reflected in their speeches. They are discussing the Indian Constitution as it celebrates 75 years. That being said, I think the Defence Minister started off the debate by talking about the Constitution, about how many times it has been abused by the Congress and the various issues that have been raised and acts of omission and commission of various Congress governments in the last few years, including making a subtle attack on Rahul Gandhi for holding that constitution in his pocket. That being said, it has been an extremely good debate. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra making her maiden speech on the floor of the House and speaking about the various facets of the Constitution, about the way it's been misused, about the fact that don't talk about olden times, talk about new, making a case about the fact that people who are within the Congress, when they go there, the washing machine makes them clean, and about the various assets from Hathras to now to the various incidents that have taken place to ensure that the Constitution is upheld in the best manner possible. So it's in that context, I think we have seen a healthy and a good environment discussing Parliament. The Prime Minister is expected to answer that debate tomorrow, and it will definitely, it's good. And I hope they send a message that Parliament endorses the Indian Constitution and that they will follow it in letter and in spirit.
That's right. Sunil, we'll come back to you for more on this. Of course, as you mentioned, that the Prime Minister is likely to participate in the debate tomorrow. But Nazir, coming to you now, of course, Sunil is covering the Parliament, but we are also going across to our reporters from across the country because this is a significant debate taking place in the Parliament, this about the Constitution. In your experience also, if you can just comment on the fact that at this point in time, on the 75th anniversary of the Indian Constitution, the fact that this sort of a debate is taking place in the Parliament, how important is it for people across the country to actually come to hear the politicians' point of view from across different parties on what they have to say about the Indian Constitution and upholding the spirit of the Constitution?
Well, it is an occasion to debate the ideals of the Constitution, which is justice, which is fraternity, which is equality, which is liberty. And if those things are, discussed, that is something the countrymen would love to hear. Because it's the Constitution which provides answer to everything, including the functioning of the Parliament. As Sunil was mentioning, finally Parliament started functioning today. And it's again the Constitution which came to rescue, and both the sides agreed to, debate now in the Parliament again, talking about the Constitution. And when we talk about the 75 years of the adoption of the Constitution, and lots of things have happened, several things have been changed in the Constitution. There have been 106 amendments in the Indian Constitution, which is really huge, actually giving right to the majority party to amend the Constitution. It is unparalleled. If we see the United States American Constitution, in 235 years of the American Constitution, only 33 amendments have been done. But here in 75 years, we have seen 106 amendments, including 42nd Amendment, really infamous amendment during the emergency in 1976. Perhaps it was that playing with the Constitution, fiddling with the Constitution that time, Indira Gandhi lost the elections and Janata Party came, and they came with the 44th Amendment and changed those things, which was also actually, taking away the powers of the Parliament in this Supreme Court and the courts, and also the federal playing with the, fiddling with the federal character of this country. All those things were changed in the 44th Amendment, including also when the property was the fundamental right that was changed as a legal right, because there was the land reforms had to be done. Interestingly, since I come from Kashmir, those land reforms were done in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir, in 1950 by Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah, because that time fundamental rights were not extended to Jammu and Kashmir, and those landlords could not use those rights, and the land reforms were done, and every family and every individual was given a right over the property right in Jammu and Kashmir, including Dalits, and there's not a single family in Jammu and Dalit family in Jammu and Kashmir which doesn't own land or the house in Jammu and Kashmir. That's very interesting. Having said that, this is an occasion rather than, partisan debate. This is actually an occasion to reaffirm the faith in the Constitution, collective faith in the Constitution. Because when we talk about the fraternity in the preamble of the Constitution, it says, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity of the nation. If anyone violates that and gives a hate speech, he's actually violating that preamble, which is fraternity. And perhaps if people abide by that, and if the Parliament sends that message that, look, it is the preamble of the Constitution, not only it should not remain with the Parliament only. In fact, it should be part of the reading preamble in the morning assemblies of the school. That is something where we are going to, people would relate to the Constitution and they will say, we have to follow it. That actually tells us it is a compact between the people that has been holding this nation together for the last 75 years.
Right. Such important messages need to go out from the Parliament. Sunil Prabhu, quickly now, coming to you next. Tell us what can we expect now. The debate, of course, is ongoing still in the Lok Sabha, I believe. But what can we expect now between today and tomorrow?
Well, these various leaders cutting across, from various political parties will continue to talk and debate and bring out the issue. That is the essence of parliamentary democracy, to bring out the various facets of the Indian Constitution, the positives, the negatives, and hopefully, one would hope, as I've seen when India celebrated its 50th independence in Parliament way back in 1997, a parliamentary resolution hopefully will be, the best thing that could happen. But given the kind of, status in terms of the bonhomie between the opposition and the government and the treasury branches, it will be extremely difficult. But nevertheless, from the chair, if a statement can be put out, it will be sending a message to all our citizens across the country that Parliament speaks in one voice to preserve and ensure that in letter and spirit, the Indian Constitution will be followed and revered.
Sunil Prabhu, Nazir Masoodi there. Thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast. We'll head into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan.
Welcome back. Now, Telugu actor Allu Arjun's been sent to jail for 14 days following a tragic stampede at a theatre in Hyderabad last week, which resulted in the death of a woman. Soon after his arrest, Allu Arjun sought legal postponement of his detention until Monday. However, there of course are several strands which are coming out from this entire case. The theatre had previously notified the police about the celebrity's appearance. They had even requested for additional security arrangements of the police. But there are questions now being raised about whether or not the police were adequately, had in fact made adequate arrangements for Allu Arjun's appearance at the theatre, which was screening his latest movie, Pushpa 2. There are also a lot of political reactions which are coming in on this. In fact, Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy has commented saying that there's no role, no intervention of the government in case of Allu Arjun's arrest and that the law will take its own course. Chiranjeevi, who's of course related to Allu Arjun, has cancelled his shoot and has visited Allu Arjun's house. KTR, BRS leader, has called it high-handedness and insecurity of the government which has led to this arrest. Bandi Sanjay of the BJP has in fact said stars deserve better treatment and it's the failure of the Congress government to manage crowd which has led to this tragedy and that Allu Arjun's arrest is disgraceful.
He has filed a memo of offence and that he is arguing that every accused having a right to appoint advocate and he is having a right to arguments, thus the sections are applicable or not. As well as he has filed wakalat and arguing that the Allu Arjun is not having any knowledge and not having any intention to commit that size of offences, which alleged offences are in the FIR and remand treasury. Those alleged offences are not applicable to this accused particularly. He is not having any knowledge, he is not having any intention to commit this type of offences will be occurred. So the advocate is arguing that he is not having knowledge that the sections are not retracted to this accused.
Now, the husband of the victim says that he's ready to withdraw the case. Listen in to his reaction coming in.
నా కొడుకు మూవీ చూస్తా అంటే ఆ రోజు సంధ్యా థియేటర్లో మూవీకి తీసుకెళ్ళాను. మూవీ చూస్తా అంటేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ అల్లు అర్జున్ వచ్చినందుకు ఆయన తప్పేం లేదు. మేమేమైనా ఉంటే దానికి కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికి రెడీ ఉన్నా. అది న్యూస్ కూడా నాకు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయలేదు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు. నేను ఇప్పుడు మొబైల్లో చూసిన, హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మొబైల్ చూసిన ఇట్లా అల్లు అర్జున్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యాడని. అల్లు అర్జున్కి అయితే ఏం సంబంధం లేదు వచ్చినందుకు. ఏమైనా ఉంటే నేను కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికే రెడీ ఉన్నాను.
And Allu Arjun's arrest has also, of course, sent shockwaves. Actors have come out in support of him.
I feel जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. We can tell people around us, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी के बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे and we are grateful to them on that. And जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. Very sorry, send my condolences. But at the same time, I think जो आप blame है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
Right, and my colleague Uma Sudhi joins me on the phone line. Uma, Allu Arjun, of course, has been sent to 14 days in jail. But if you can just briefly bring out for our viewers, what's the evidence that the police has gathered so far against him, which has led to this arrest today?
So no evidence of that sort has been put in the public forum by the police. But what I must point out is three different things, Sonima. One, that there is now a letter from the Sandhya Theatre that is dated 2nd of December, in which they have informed that on the 4th of December, the Allu Arjun and other crew and stars of the movie will be there, and there is an acknowledgement as well that the police has given. So the question arises, isn't it then the responsibility of the police, the security, to make the security arrangements there? Either they, reject permission for this particular coming of the hero and the other team to the theatre, or they say that we have made these kind of arrangements for that. So both of that, we have not seen any evidence to show that the police has made any such arrangements, nor have rejected Allu Arjun coming to the theatre itself. So the only evidence that I can talk about is that 2 cases have been booked against him: culpable homicide not amounting to murder, and also voluntarily causing hurt, and that he was there in front of the theatre for 15 minutes on that day, even opening the rooftop of his car and emerging out of the top and waving to the fans, participating in the celebratory mood, and that his presence there, and because his security team, we were also told, had in fact pushed the people away because they were all coming on, milling towards him, and therefore they had pushed him away, and that had pushed all the fans away, and that had led to overcrowding, and that had also led to the stampede that had contributed to the chaos and disorder and had actually caused the stampede, is what a note that was shared by the police has in fact said. And therefore, that is the basis on which we are being told that Allu Arjun has now been arrested, and a few of his team members could be arrested as well.
Thank you so much for joining us with that. Now, Prime Minister Modi visited Prayagraj today, a month ahead of the Mahakumbh, where he launched projects worth over 5,500 crore and reviewed preparations for the Mahakumbh. He inaugurated around 167 projects and expressed his fortune in being in the holy land of Prayagraj.
ये महाकुंभ एकता का महायज्ञ है. जब संचार के आधुनिक माध्यम नहीं थे, तब कुंभ जैसे आयोजनों ने बड़े सामाजिक परिवर्तनों का आधार तैयार किया था. कुंभ में संत और ज्ञानी लोग मिलकर समाज के सुख दुख की चर्चा करते थे. साथियों, कुंभ और धार्मिक यात्राओं का इतना महत्व होने के बावजूद पहले की सरकारों के समय इनके महात्म्य पर ध्यान नहीं दिया गया. आज केंद्र और राज्य में भारत के प्रति आस्था, भारतीय संस्कृति को मान देने वाली सरकार है.
With that, it's a wrap from my side. Up next, Vishnu Show.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, Judy. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai
to the state of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news.
Good evening, you're watching Newsroom News Break. I'm Vishnu Shoma. Quick look at the headlines at this hour. Allu Arjun is sent to jail for 14 days. The victim's husband says they're ready to withdraw the case. The actor In fact, Allu Arjun's arrest has sent shockwaves. Varun Dhawan says one person cannot be solely responsible. The actor Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea has been rejected. The actor had been booked for assaulting a journalist. Parliament debates the constitution fiercely. Rajnath Singh accuses the opposition of insult. Priyanka Gandhi criticizes the misuse of the constitution and of parliament. Akhilesh Yadav calls for the ultimate sacrifice to save the constitution. Prime Minister Modi has given an infrastructure boost for the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. He's also offered prayers at the Akshay Vatika and Hanuman Mandir during his visit. A tragic stampede at a theatre in Hyderabad last week, which resulted in the death of one woman. Soon after his arrest, Arjun sought a legal postponement of his detention until Monday. The big questions: the theatre had previously notified the police about the celebrity's, the star's appearance. The theatre management had requested additional security arrangements from the police. Is there a possibility that the police may now be shifting responsibility onto the actor? Well, here's a letter which was actually written by the theatre onto the police. It says that there is, and let's just go through the points over here. The hero, heroine and VIPs in production unit is what the letter has focused on. The essential point which has been mentioned over here is that there is a request which has been made or had been made by the theatre owners to the police to ensure that there was adequate safety arrangements which had been made ahead of the arrival of the star. So therefore there is a larger question on whether or not enough had been done by the government. Let's try and go through a couple of the points. You have those up on your screen on what that letter actually does say.
He has filed a memo of offence and that he is arguing that every accused having a right to appoint advocate and he is having a right to arguments, thus the sections are applicable or not. As well as he has filed wakalat and arguing that the Allu Arjun is not having any knowledge and not having any intention to commit that size of offences, which alleged offences are in the FIR and remand treasury. Those alleged offences are not applicable to this accused particularly. He is not having any knowledge, he is not having any intention to commit this type of offences will be occurred. So the advocate is arguing that he is not having knowledge that the sections are not retracted to this accused.
నా కొడుకు మూవీ చూస్తా అంటే ఆ రోజు సంధ్యా థియేటర్లో మూవీకి తీసుకెళ్ళాను. మూవీ చూస్తా అంటేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ అల్లు అర్జున్ వచ్చినందుకు ఆయన తప్పేం లేదు. మేమేమైనా ఉంటే దానికి కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికి రెడీ ఉన్నా. అది న్యూస్ కూడా నాకు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయలేదు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు. నేను ఇప్పుడు మొబైల్లో చూసిన, హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మొబైల్ చూసిన ఇట్లా అల్లు అర్జున్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యాడని. అల్లు అర్జున్కి అయితే ఏం సంబంధం లేదు వచ్చినందుకు. ఏమైనా ఉంటే నేను కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికే రెడీ ఉన్నాను.
फील जो सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. वी कैन टेल पीपल अराउंड अस, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी की बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे एंड वी आर ग्रेटफुल टू देम ऑन दैट. एंड जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. वेरी सॉरी, सेंड माई कंडोलेंसेस. बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक जो आप ब्लेम है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
Well, my colleague Uma Sudhi joins us now for more on this. Uma, what exactly does the letter by the theatre owner say to the police? And was there any acknowledgement of the letter in the first place by the police?
Vishnu, the theatre owners have in fact written to the ACP of the area, and they have informed in very clear language that there will be a show at 9:30 on the 4th of December, and there will be 4 shows on the 5th of December, and that they are expecting the actor Allu Arjun and several other stars to come, and that arrangements for police security should be made in that area. And they have also said that they have received an acknowledgement from the police, because the letter of a copy of which I have sent to our office as well has the stamp by the police acknowledging the receipt of this letter. So what you would expect is that, one, the police would make arrangements for security after such a letter has been received more than 48 hours before this particular show was to happen here at Sandhya Theatre, where in fact I am standing right now. And I must also point out, either they should have been done, or they should have rejected permission for this particular show itself, saying that we will not be able to conduct such a show. And otherwise they should also have, what they should have done is to say that we will be making this kind of an arrangement. Whether there is any communication from the police side to the authorities, that is not yet clear. We are here in fact at Sandhya Theatre, where in fact all chaos broke out. There you can see the poster of Allu Arjun and the maker of the film, Mr Sukumar, as well. And this is where the, as you can see, huge numbers of fan posters that are put up at this theatre, where in fact the premiere happened. And this is where huge numbers of people came in. What we understand is that instead of having a rare entrance for Allu Arjun, so that he could have gone and come into the theatre to watch the film separately, it was the main entrance that was provided for Allu Arjun. Whether any advice was given by the security agencies is not yet clear, but this is an area which is called RTC Crossroads in Hyderabad, and it's a very, very crowded area. There are multiple theatres in this place, and this theatre that I am pointing to you, Sandhya Theatre, is known for holding these kind of premieres, and therefore anyone here, including the police, would know that it would lead to massive amount of confusion if Allu Arjun and other stars are allowed here. So 3 pertinent questions that need to be asked. If the letter was received, was the police not able to react to it adequately? Was the line of communication there to the higher officers so that they could have taken care of this kind of a situation, prevented it from happening? Second is, can Allu Arjun and his team itself be held responsible? One aspect that was mentioned by the police is that there was a security team along with Allu Arjun, and that they had pushed the people when in a very celebratory mood, everyone wants to come and meet the star, take a selfie if possible, or take some videos of him, or if possible touch the car or touch the actor. That is a tendency that all fans would have, especially for an actor whose following has increased multifold in the last couple of years. So whether the security team had pushed all the people, because of which there was a stampede-like situation that arose, that is something that needs to be answered. The third aspect is the very unfortunate case of the woman who died in the stampede. Her husband has in fact spoken to the media and said that his son is still in a very serious condition in hospital, and he says that Allu Arjun, I don't think, is responsible for this, because he had already gone inside the theatre when this accident happened, and because I am the complainant in this case, I am willing to in fact withdraw my complaint as well. 3 other things have happened. One is a political fallout in this particular case that we can talk about, a political fallout of this entire thing. BRS working president, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, has in fact said that this is a question of ego for the chief minister, because one of the spokespersons, Krishank Mane, says that because Allu Arjun failed to mention the name of the chief minister, or rather forgot the name of the chief minister at a function that is celebrating the success of the film, and that's why this is some kind of a revenge, he says. And he also alleges that that's the reason why it has taken 9 days for the arrest to happen after the incident happened. The second one that they are pointing out to is K.T. Ramarao has said in his thing that the high-handed manner in which Allu Arjun has been arrested is not something that is warranted. BJP leaders on their part have said that it is the police which should be held responsible because information had already been given to the police here, and therefore Bandi Sanjay, Union Minister, as well as BJP leader Raja Singh have tweeted on X saying this, and Lakshmi Parvati, who is a YSRCP leader, has reacted to this and said that when Chandrababu Naidu went to a Pushkar and stampede of 29 people had died in that particular accident, was he held responsible, she says, and she's drawing a conspiracy angle connecting a campaign, that political campaign that Allu Arjun had done on behalf of a YSRCP candidate in the simultaneous elections to Assembly and Lok Sabha that happened earlier this year, and saying she's reading into all of this a criminal conspiracy. But as of now, Allu Arjun has been sent to judicial remand for 14 days by the Nampally court. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks very much for joining us. Meanwhile, as Uma Sudhir just reported, the husband of the victim says that he's ready to withdraw the case. We're going to move on now to another one of the stories that we are tracking very, very closely. The veteran Telugu actor Mohan Babu is on the brink of arrest by the Telangana police following his rejection of anticipatory bail by the court in connection with the assault on the TV9 journalist Ranjit. The court has turned down Mohan Babu's request for anticipatory bail. Mohan Babu faces charges of attempt to murder after allegedly assaulting the TV9 reporter. After the recent arrest of Allu Arjun, is Mohan Babu's arrest now imminent? Well, Uma Sudhir joins us now for more on this. Just for the benefit of viewers across the country, Uma, could you tell us about the circumstances in which this TV9 reporter was attacked?
So actor, producer Mohan Babu is also a very prominent film family here in Andhra Pradesh, in both in Andhra Pradesh as well as in Telangana, and should I say even in Tamil Nadu, they are very well known. And the actor Mohan Babu and his son Manchu Manoj were having a family dispute, and both of them had filed police cases against each other, with Mohan Babu saying that he is apprehending a threat to his life and also his property, and Manchu Manoj had in fact said that this is an attempt to silence him and to defame him, and that he is fighting for his prestige and not for the hundreds of crores of rupees property that the family possesses. So on the 9th of December, Manchu Manoj went into the farmhouse of his father, and he was stopped there and he forcibly went in. That's when the media also went in along with him, and on camera Mohan Babu was caught flinging a mic at a reporter, at a TV journalist, after which he suffered fractures on his face, in fact 3 fractures, and he's even undergone surgery for it, and that's the reason why the police changed the sections from just voluntarily causing hurt, and from there they had changed it to attempt to murder case against Mohan Babu. In the meanwhile, the Rajkota commissioner had also called him in, asking both the father and son to come and sign a bond saying that they will not disrupt peace, and Mohan Babu was also asked to surrender his licensed weapon, but he admitted himself in hospital saying that he is suffering from anxiety and stress and therefore unable to appear before the police, and the sons did appear and they did sign a bond as well to saying that they will not disrupt peace. But in the meanwhile, Mohan Babu had gone in for an anticipatory bail plea, which has been rejected now by the court, and therefore the big question coming up whether Mohan Babu will also be arrested on a day when Allu Arjun, who belongs to another very prominent political filmy family, whether he will be arrested as well. But what I understand from top police sources is that they are still in the process of investigation, and there is right now no reason to presume that they will be arresting Mohan Babu. But yes, the road in a sense cleared because the anticipatory bail plea has been rejected. Back to you.
Uma, thanks very much. A 2-day debate on the Indian Constitution commenced in the Lok Sabha with the Union Minister Rajnath Singh leading the charge. Mr. Singh criticized the opposition for suggesting that a single political party was solely responsible for crafting the Constitution, accusing the Congress of undermining its fundamental principles. From the opposition's bench, Priyanka Gandhi made her parliamentary debate debut, highlighting several critical issues. She referenced the 2017 Unnao rape case, the recent violence in Sambhal, and hit out at the BJP for allegedly planning to alter the Constitution. Priyanka Gandhi also strongly advocated or spoke about the need for a national caste census, aligning with the key demand of the opposition. Additionally, the Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav participated in the discussion, emphasizing the urgent need for a resolute effort to protect the Constitution.
कि विपक्ष के कई नेता संविधान की प्रति अपनी जेब में रखकर घूमते हैं। असल में उन्होंने बचपन से ही यही सीखा है। उन्होंने पीढ़ियों से अपने परिवार में संविधान को जेब में ही रखे दिया। लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारतीय जनता पार्टी संविधान को सिर माथे पर लगाती है। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है। हमारा संविधान प्रोग्रेसिव है, प्रगतिशील है, समावेशी है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमारा संविधान सार्वभौम है। हमारा संविधान सर्वसक्षम है। हमारे संविधान की सार्वभौमिकता और सर्वसक्षमता का अंदाजा इसी बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि जहां एक ओर हमारा संविधान स्टेट यानी राज्य की जिम्मेदारियों को विस्तृत रूप से सूचीबद्ध करता है, वहीं नागरिकों को उनके संवैधानिक और मौलिक अधिकार भी प्रदान करता है। अगर एक लाइन में मुझे कहना हो तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमारा संविधान सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक और सांस्कृतिक जीवन के सभी पहलुओं को छूते हुए राष्ट्र निर्माण का यह मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, साथ ही लोगों के लिए मॉरल ट्रेजेक्ट्री यानी नैतिक मार्ग भी बनाता है। भारत में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मेकिंग से जुड़ी ये सब बातें लोगों से छिपाई गई हैं। इतिहास में जाने पर पता चलता है कि हमारे देश में इस बात पर व्यापक सहमत थी कि भारत का भविष्य किस तरह के कानून से निर्धारित हो। मैं आज यह स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष महोदय कि हमारा संविधान किसी एक पार्टी की देन नहीं है। भारत का संविधान भारत के लोगों के द्वारा, भारत के विचारों के साथ, भारत के मूल्यों के अनुरूप बनाया गया एक अनपैरेलल्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव यह डॉक्यूमेंट है।
पहले संसद चलती थी तो जनता की उम्मीद होती थी कि सरकार महंगाई और बेरोजगारी पर चर्चा करेगी, कोई उपाय निकालेगी, कोई रास्ता निकालेगी। आप नारी शक्ति की बातें दोहरा रहे हैं। जो आप नारी शक्ति का अधिनियम लाए हैं उसको लागू क्यों नहीं करते? वो 10 साल बाद लागू क्यों होगा? क्या आज की नारी 10 साल इंतजार करेगी उसके लागू करने के लिए? क्या बात है? आज संसद में बैठे हुए सत्ता पक्ष के मेरे साथी ज्यादा से ज्यादा अतीत की बातें करते हैं। 1921 में क्या हुआ, कब हुआ, नेहरू जी ने क्या किया। अरे वर्तमान की बात करिए, देश को बताइए आप क्या कर रहे हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी क्या है। अगर लोकसभा में ये नतीजे नहीं आए होते तो ये संविधान बदलने का काम भी शुरू कर लेते। सच्चाई ये है अध्यक्ष महोदय कि आज संविधान बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं क्योंकि इस चुनाव में इनको पता चल गया कि इस देश की जनता ही इस संविधान को सुरक्षित रखेगी, कि इस चुनाव में हारते जीतने से इन्हें एहसास हुआ कि ये संविधान बदलने की बात इस देश में नहीं चलेगी। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये सरकार आर्थिक न्याय का सुरक्षा कवच तोड़ रही है। आज संसद में बैठी ये सरकार बेरोजगारी और महंगाई से जूझ रही हमारी जनता को क्या राहत दे रही है। कृषि के कानून भी बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों के लिए बन रहे हैं। सही एमएसपी को छोड़िए, डीएपी तक नहीं मिल रहा है। संविधान में सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय का वादा है। ये वादा एक सुरक्षा कवच है जिसको तोड़ने का काम शुरू हो चुका है। लैटरल एंट्री और निजीकरण के जरिए ये सरकार आरक्षण को कमजोर करने का काम कर रही है।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय कैसी चर्चा संविधान की। जो है बिना प्रधान की। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस सरकार में जो लोकतंत्र के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है, इतना कभी खिलवाड़ नहीं हुई होगी। संविधान को परतंत्र बनाकर जो लोग राज करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आज़ादी का अमृतकाल सिर्फ एक जुमला है। संविधान को बचाने के लिए एक और करो या मरो आंदोलन की जरूरत है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम आपको भरोसा दिलाते हैं, पिछले चुनाव में भी बहुत सारे सत्ता पक्ष के माननीय लोग ये कहते थे कि हमें इतनी सीटें मिल जाएंगी तो हम संविधान बदल देंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से जनता का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने 400 पार के नारे को गिरा दिया और विपक्ष को इतनी ताकत दे दी कि इनकी जो सपना था संविधान बदलने को, उस सपने को तोड़ने का काम किया।
चेयरमैन साहब से हमारी यही विनती है कि भाई आप एक अंपायर हो और अंपायर किसी की साइड नहीं।
All right, the Minister Kiren Rijiju now speaking in Parliament. Let's listen in.
अगर ये कहेंगे तो इसका खिलाफ में कार्रवाई इसका खिलाफ में कार्रवाई होना चाहिए और नहीं तो इस तरह का महिला कोई भी मेंबर उठ करके ऐसा ही बात करेंगे, ये नहीं होगा सर। इसको मैं गंभीरता रिपोर्ट मंगाकर देख लूंगा। नहीं, इसका मेरा सर इतना कहना है स्पीकर सर, आपने मामला को संज्ञान में लिया है, आप देखने के लिए कहा है, लेकिन मैं सदन को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहता हूं, इस पे कार्रवाई होगा और हम लोग का तरफ से एप्रोप्रिएट पार्लियामेंट्री एक्शन लिया जाएगा। इस तरह का टिप्पणी आप बच नहीं सकते हैं, ऐसे टिप्पणी करके बच नहीं सकते हैं, इसमें कार्रवाई होगा। ये बहुत गलत परंपरा साबित कर रही है वो। सदन की कार्रवाई आधे घंटे के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so the Lok Sabha has been adjourned now for the moment. We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with a lot more.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, Julie.
The actor Allu Arjun, remember one person died as a result of a stampede which took place outside a theatre when Allu Arjun visited. There is a raging debate on whether the theatre owners had reached out to the police saying that they needed additional security or cover to ensure that nothing went out of hand. But earlier on, Allu Arjun was arrested, that hearing now taking place. Uma Sudhi joins us now for more on the actor Allu Arjun's effort at seeking interim bail. Uma, what are you hearing about these bail hearings that are taking place now?
So there are two things that are happening, Vishnu. One was, of course, the remand of Allu Arjun, which has been ordered by the court. So if there is a bail plea that is moved, it will take time for it to come up. There's a parallel thing that's happening in the High Court where Allu Arjun had filed a quash plea in which the prayer was that the arrest should be put off till Monday, and that was being heard in the Telangana High Court. The outcome of it, I'm not yet aware of what has happened in the court with regard to the quash plea itself, but yes, Allu Arjun's team will certainly be moving for bail in this particular case. But what is interesting, should I say, that there is a lot of political reactions that are coming in, and one of the political reactions is also from Jagan Mohan Reddy, who is, of course, the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and he has also asked this question. He is asking that, yes, we do express condolences for the incident that happened where a woman lost her life, but he's asking, is it fair to hold him directly responsible for the incident, and despite having no involvement in the stampede, filing criminal cases and arresting Allu Arjun is unacceptable. I strongly condemn the arrest of Allu Arjun, is what Jagan Mohan Reddy has said. We have already seen BRS as well as the BJP also tweeting in support of Allu Arjun, suggesting that they believe that the manner in which he has been arrested for the death that happened due to a stampede, that is something that they are questioning. The Hyderabad police saying that in fact the BJP leaders very clearly saying that it is the police that should be held responsible for not having provided enough security arrangements at the theatre, knowing fully well that RTC Crossroads is a very busy place, and if they were advanced, they were informed 48 hours in advance about the actor coming. Either he should have been denied permission, or if they were giving permission, the responsibility or the onus for providing security and making sure that peace is not disrupted would certainly lie with the police. Back to you.
You know, it's interesting some of the arguments which are being raised in court right now. Allu Arjun's lawyers are making a parallel to a stampede which broke out involving Shah Rukh Khan in the past as well on the release of rice. Would you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, indeed. They are talking about the fact that in a similar incident that happened in 2017, a case that was filed against Shah Rukh Khan, and that case also Shah Rukh Khan was not ultimately held responsible for what had happened on the ground because of his presence there. And therefore, they are. It's not just about an actor and another actor. In fact, Lakshmi Parvati, who is the wife of Andhra Pradesh former Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao, and she is the YSRCP leader. She has asked about Chandrababu Naidu being present at a place when the Pushkars was happening, and at that time there was a BBC crew that was shooting there, and an accident, a stampede had happened in which 29 people were killed or died in the stampede. And she's also referred to a couple of other incidents where there was a sari distribution and 6 people died, and another incident where 3 people died. And she said none of these cases was any individual or the leader held responsible or made criminally liable for a stampede that broke out because of the crowds that went out of control. And therefore, these parallels that are being drawn certainly worth a legal argument, I would think, because they are asking how can Allu Arjun be directly held responsible for what happened, because it does appear from at least the documents that we have as of now that the theatre management had informed the police about 48 hours in advance. The second aspect of it, of course, the police in a note had said that the security team that was surrounding Allu Arjun had in fact pushed the people behind, all of them who were crowding towards the star. They had pushed them behind, and that's what had led to the stampede. So, of course, we will hear more on the investigation, and the court will also be going into details of what happened when the case does ultimately come up. But right now, to focus on Allu Arjun and his being sent to, will he go to jail tonight after being sent on a judicial remand, or is there any reprieve still possible for Allu Arjun, still remains an open-ended question.
Uma, the key point over here is that crowd control is not an actor's job. Right? It all boils down to that, right?
Absolutely. That is the logical conclusion that any of us would arrive at, that crowd control is not really the actor's job, but his security team as well as the theatre management could be held responsible if they had not informed the police or the security, the people who are supposed to maintain security at this place, whether adequate arrangements were made and whether any of their actions could lead to endangering the life of others. In this particular case, the police has said that because he not only did he come to that place with his team of security personnel who pushed the crowds which were standing there. He had spent about 15 minutes at the venue. This is a very narrow, crowded area, quite a very busy interjunction actually of Hyderabad, where multiple theatres are there in the vicinity, and if an Allu Arjun is coming there, there is going to be huge crowds. The theatre was held responsible because the question that came up was that why wasn't he provided with a separate entrance and exit so that he does not have to go through the crowds? That would have very obviously led to this kind of a frenzy among them, and the thrill and excitement of seeing an actor, things can go out of control. So why wasn't that kind of a provision made? And was that the responsibility of the theatre management, or was that the responsibility of the police, who should have given this kind of a detailing when they know what to expect when such a huge star is coming into a theatre to watch a premiere show of a movie that's broken record?
Oh, and Uma, just in terms of a reaction, Jagan Mohan Reddy has responded as well. I'd like you to reflect on that. He says that the loss of a woman's life in the Stampede is incomparable to the family. At the same time, Allu Arjun expressed his sorrow over this and acted responsibly, saying that he would stand by the family. How is it fair to hold him directly responsible for this incident? That's Jagan Mohan Reddy, but in fact, film stars from across Bollywood, actors, guilds, others, they're all coming in support of him, saying that this is an injustice.
Absolutely. I mean, we are seeing multiple political reactions, and all those political reactions have been standing up in a sense for Allu Arjun and condemning the manner in which he has been arrested today, and also raising the question whether he can be held directly responsible for that. That Bollywood or Tollywood stands with one among them is not a matter of surprise. You do expect them to stand together on issues like this, especially when a big star, a celebrity, is facing this kind of an action from the authorities. But the question here is whether there was any kind of a political motive for the Congress government here to get him arrested. Chief Minister Revant Reddy has also reacted, and he has said that the law is taking its own course, and that he has no role to play in this arrest or otherwise. And he has also said that everyone is equal before law. So, in a sense, if I should see the bigger picture, Vishnu, the Revant Reddy government has, now, in a sense, been criticized by the film fraternity. In this case, there was the earlier case of Nagarjuna, and in whose case there were certain comments that were made by a minister in the cabinet that also led to trouble, and now Mohan Babu. So,
Uma, you know what's happened in the last few minutes, Uma? It's interesting what's being argued in court with the public prosecutor saying, kindly hear the 482 matter. In other words, the petition to quash the case for interim bail on another date. That's what the public prosecutor is arguing. A life is gone, a young lady has died. The public prosecutor adds that the complainant's son is still on the ventilator. It's not a fit case to grant any interim relief. So that's essentially what the government is saying, right, in defense of the police.
Yes, so the government has obviously seen, rather the police has seen the role of Allu Arjun and his team as culpable, and that's the reason why they are saying that everyone is equal before law. And we believe that Allu Arjun's team has failed to ensure the security of the people who have gathered, because one, to see the show, and two, because Allu Arjun was arriving there, and therefore they have held him culpable or liable for what happened on the night of December 4, when this family had come there to watch a film, and in a very tragic a turn of events, the mother of this child has died, and the child is still on a ventilator, we are told, in hospital. And the father, now actually saying that he will withdraw this case. I am the original complainant in this case, and I do not hold Allu Arjun responsible, is what the father is saying. So we do not know whether he is under pressure from any film fraternity or otherwise, but it does appear that he is not holding Allu Arjun personally responsible for this, and he of course needs to focus more on his child and what is happening to the child there. But the police certainly seeing the culpability of Allu Arjun and deciding to arrest him today, 9 days after the incident has happened. Presumably they would have done their investigations. They would know about this letter that was submitted. Allu Arjun had also issued statements in which he had mentioned that permission, or rather information, was given to the area. So all that is something that is still unfolding. Is there any more evidence that the police holds on the basis of which they have done this arrest? That is not yet clear.
The judge, in fact, in the hearing is saying that we have sympathy for the family. However, the judge is asked if blame can be fastened on the accused Allu Arjun in this case. Arjun's counsel says he needs to be treated as an ordinary person, and that there is no special treatment which is sought just because he's an actor. He says, essentially arguing that as an ordinary person, it makes sense for somebody to be granted bail. and he needs to be treated. So, just in terms of, and another point, Uma, the judge says that he is an actor, but he cannot be deprived of his right as a citizen of this earth. He too has his right to life and liberty. These are observations by the court. They don't amount to very much until the order actually comes out. But any thoughts on what the line of argument in this bail hearing is?
Right now, I'm in fact getting an alert that seems to suggest that there is an interim bail that is going to be given, and that Allu Arjun's release, that he could be released on an interim bail order. That's an alert that I'm getting, that we need to still officially confirm. So while we are talking about the arguments where the High Court has observed that his right to life and liberty cannot be taken away just because he's an actor, and also saying that can he be held like this because he's an actor, and that he does have the right to life and liberty, and his personal liberty cannot be deprived just because he's an actor. So even as we are talking about this,
all right, breaking news coming in. Uma Sudhir, just come in on this. The Telangana High Court judge has indicated that they will grant interim bail to Allu Arjun. The judge says, we will grant interim bail for a certain period and let them avail appropriate remedies meanwhile. So this is an interim bail, right? It's not, so it's in a sense conditional.
So interim bail has been granted to Allu Arjun, and the court has said that he need not be arrested now, and that he will be released right now. So he does not have to go to Chanchalguda jail. The Nampally court had earlier this afternoon, just about an hour away earlier, they had said that he will be sent to 14 days judicial remand, and he will spend tonight in jail. And we had thought that there could be a bail petition that's moved, but now the High Court has come in and it has said that there will be an interim bail that is being granted to Allu Arjun, and he need not be taken to jail today. So some reprieve certainly for the Pushpa 2 actor today, on a day of several dramatic developments that have happened, during which both the film fraternity as well as the political leaders from across parties seem to have come out in support of Allu Arjun. Back to you.
No, Uma, let's keep talking a little bit more about this. A day of very dramatic developments. Allu Arjun arrested, and then after that arrested on account of the death of a woman, her son, very, very unwell even now as a result of a stampede which broke out outside that cinema hall when Allu Arjun went visiting, arrested by the police, and now granted, and this is the breaking news story, interim bail by the High Court. But it is interim. It means that the case per se can proceed. However, I would suggest that there would also be, over the next several days, several more questions which are asked of the police and the circumstances in which the arrest was made. Is that right?
Yes. So the High Court has in fact said that it will grant interim bail. This is a limited period bail, and the High Court, I'm told, has actually said that they are inclined to grant interim bail for a limited period following the Arnab Goswami case. And bonds have to be given to the jail superintendent since the arrest has been made already in this particular case. Of course, we were earlier discussing, Vishnu, that the court did observe that he does have the right to life and liberty, and that can't be taken away just because he is an actor. So after, if we were to go back to the chronology of the day, 12 noon is when the police arrived at the residence of Allu Arjun, and within about 20 minutes, he was told that he is being taken away to jail. Allu Arjun said that the police need not have entered his bedroom in order to try and arrest him, and that's the part that has come in for criticism from political leaders across party lines, I must say, because K.T. Ramarao, for instance, has said that he's not someone who's going to jump and go away. He's someone who's well known. He's someone who will be willing to present himself. So there is no reason for the police to aggressively enter his residence and pick him up, take him to Chikatpalli, to the police station at Chikatpalli, following which already we were told that a remand report is getting readied, and he was taken to the Gandhi hospital where he underwent a medical checkup, after which he was brought to the Nampally courts, where the court in fact ordered that he will be sent on judicial remand for 14 days. So in the meanwhile, Allu Arjun's team had already filed for a quash petition in the High Court, and subsequently now the High Court making these observations that the actor does have his right to life and liberty, and they cannot be taken away. And now there has been granted a limited period bail and interim bail, and that bonds can be given to the jail superintendent since the arrest has already been made. Otherwise, as you would recall, it's the police that the bonds are given to if there's a station bail, and in this case, the bonds have to be given to the jail superintendent since the arrest has been made. And Allu Arjun, therefore, will not be spending tonight in jail. He is going back home.
All right, Uma Sudhir, thanks very much for joining us with those details. Let's try and get you up live. Uma, I'm just going to go through what has taken place in the last little while. The High Court has granted interim bail to the actor Allu Arjun. The High Court observing that just because he is an actor, he can't be held like this. Allu Arjun has a right to liberty. The High Court granting him interim bail. Remember, the actor had been arrested by the police earlier on in the day, and I believe was put in custody for a period of 14 days. This is in connection with the death of a fan or one person outside a cinema as a result of him going to that Sapna cinema and a stampede breaking out. The owner of the theatre has now come out with details stating that they had actually approached the police beforehand and said that with the visit of a star in the area, there needed to be a greater police presence. The police, however, and the public prosecutor, however, in their opposition to the bail plea in court today, argued that since there is a person who is still critical, the child of the woman who died, and that there's been one loss of life, the woman herself, Allu Arjun should not be granted bail. That's been rejected, that's been denied. Just because he is an actor, he cannot be held like this, is what the High Court has had to say. So the big breaking story, the Telangana High Court has granted interim bail to Allu Arjun. It is for a certain period and let them avail appropriate remedies meanwhile, is what the judge has actually stated. So will the state continue to pursue this against Allu Arjun after this bail petition? Will the police continue to try and take action legally against him? Or will this bail eventually result in, a larger release and, the charges being dropped against him? That's something that we're going to have to wait and see. But the court has said, the public prosecutor has said that this is a quash petition. This was just an oral petition. The accused has already been arrested and remanded. They can move a regular bail. With respect to remaining person arrested, we will file the information. So the argument mentioned by the public prosecutor earlier on, right, and this is prior to Allu Arjun being granted interim bail, was that it wasn't right for the court to quash the petition, and that if there was a regular bail petition or a bail plea or a bail process, well, then that was one thing. However, the court disagreed with these observations and did go ahead and grant him interim bail. Let's go back to Uma Sudhir, who joins us for more on this. Uma, several co-stars in the last little while as well have, for example, the Pushpa 2 co-star Rashmika Mandanna have defended Allu Arjun. Also several others, Jagan Mohan Reddy. So, there's been a great deal of sympathy for him in this case. And the basic point is this. I mean, who's in charge of law and order? Who's in charge of preventing a stampede? Is it one actor, right? Or is it others? The police, namely. And therefore, the question being asked is this not a travesty of justice that, you pick on the actor when in fact it's the police's job to ensure that no stampede takes place? Isn't that the basic logic here?
So in this particular case, there are three parties that can be considered as stakeholders or rather involved in this issue. One, of course, is a team of Allu Arjun on who the responsibility would be there certainly to inform the police and the theatre authorities when they are planning something like this, because everyone knows that Pushpa 2 is a hugely anticipated film, and to create that buzz around it, it's a usual practice for heroes like this to go to the theatres and watch the film along with the audiences, and that's what Allu Arjun had done on that day. The second part is the theatre, where the management has very clearly shown a letter in which they have informed the ACP of the area that Allu Arjun, Rashmika Mandanna and others will be coming to the theatre to watch the film. Very clearly the letter says that there is one show at 9:30 p.m. on December 4 and 4 other shows on December 5 as well. And there is an acknowledgement, the stamp of the police itself at the that has been given on the letter, and that copy is with NDTV. The third aspect, of course, is the police itself, whether they were adequately prepared to ensure the safety of people who are expected to gather here. Because where I am in fact standing right in front of Sandhya Theatre, where this very tragic incident happened on the 4th of December at 9:30 p.m. Huge numbers of people had gathered more than a couple of hours earlier itself, with all that buzz coming in saying that yes, the actor could be coming in here. And what eyewitnesses had told me even the day after the incident took place, that there were hardly any police when Allu Arjun was here, and it is after the incident took place that big numbers of policemen in fact started coming in. So was there lack of adequate planning on the part of police is something that is being questioned by several political leaders as well, because we have seen Union Minister Mr. Bandi Sanjay as well as BJP local leader Mr. Raja Singh, all of them have pointed fingers at the police, saying that it should have been the responsibility of the police to ensure that there was order on that day, that adequate number of people were deployed in order to ensure that there is no stampede-like situation that arises. And the fact that Allu Arjun was allowed to stand there with his vehicle for about 15 minutes, and he in fact opened the rooftop of his vehicle and even emerged from the top in order to, in a sense, connect with the audiences and doing that kind of an response to the enthusiasm that they were showing towards him. So while the political reactions are targeting Revanth Reddy and saying that this is something that has happened because of what they are calling as, BRS is saying this is insecurity on the part of the Chief Minister, and they are pointing to an incident or for function that happened where this was a celebratory function for the success of Pushpa 2, and that Allu Arjun had in fact forgotten to remember the name of the Chief Minister, and they are attributing it to something like that, while the police of course is saying that they are doing this because otherwise they are going to be questioned. The opposite could also happen, where they are saying that because this is a hero, a VIP, and that's the reason why he is not being arrested or no action is being taken against them, and the police insists that they are acting according to the sections of the law that say that this is this is something that they are calling as culpable homicide not amounting to murder and voluntarily causing hurt. That in itself may be a contradiction, because in one you are saying it's a voluntarily causing hurt, and in the other you are saying that it's a culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Back
sure.
to you.
All right, Uma, we'll keep tracking this story. Thanks very much for joining us. The High Court has granted the actor Allu Arjun interim bail. We'll keep tracking this story. In other news, briefly, the Prime Minister visited Prayagraj today. It's a visit in which he's announced very important development programs, announced 167 projects worth 5,500 crore rupees. This visit comes a month ahead of Mahakumbh. He reviewed preparations for the event, and he expressed, he said that this is the Holy Land of Prayagraj. In 2019, UNESCO recognized the Mahakumbh as an intangible cultural heritage, and preparations included adding 9 new ferries, 3,000 new train services, planting 3 lakh saplings, renovating 300 parks, and a lot more.
ये महाकुंभ एकता का महायज्ञ है। जब संचार के आधुनिक माध्यम नहीं थे, तब कुंभ जैसे आयोजनों ने बड़े सामाजिक परिवर्तनों का आधार तैयार किया था। कुंभ में संत और ज्ञानी लोग मिलकर समाज के सुख दुख की चर्चा करते थे। साथियों, कुंभ और धार्मिक यात्राओं का इतना महत्व होने के बावजूद पहले की सरकारों के समय इनके महात्म्य पर ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। आज केंद्र और राज्य में भारत के प्रति आस्था, भारतीय संस्कृति को मान देने वाली सरकार है।
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था की राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank.
Good evening, you're watching the news at 6 with me, Tanima Biswas. A lot of fast-paced developments coming in on the Allu Arjun arrest case. We'll get you the latest. The actor has got interim bail. But before we get you more details on that, the headlines first. Telugu superstar Allu Arjun gets interim bail after being arrested for a woman's death in a stampede outside a theatre which was screening his latest movie. Telangana High Court says Allu Arjun has the right to liberty and can't be held like this just because he's an actor. Allu Arjun's arrest has sparked a political war of words among leaders. KTR labelled the arrest as unfair, criticizing the handling of the situation. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy asserted that the law will take its own course. Former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy says that how fair is it to target one person in this incident? Allu Arjun's arrest sends shockwaves. Varun Dhawan says one person can't be held solely responsible for safety SOP. Actor Mohan Babu's anticipatory bail plea rejected. The actor had been booked for assaulting a journalist. Former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, gets bail in the evidence tampering case as CBI fails to file charge sheet within stipulated amount of time. Parliament debates constitution fiercely. Rajnath Singh accuses the opposition of insulting the constitution. Priyanka Gandhi criticizes misuse. Akhilesh calls for ultimate sacrifice to save the constitution. Right, our top focus, of course, remains Allu Arjun's case, and the actor has just been granted interim bail by the Telangana High Court. What we are given to understand is that the interim bail has been granted for 4 weeks. Remember, just a few hours back, the actor had been arrested in a case of a woman's death, which had taken place right outside the theatre, one of the theatres in Hyderabad, which was screening his latest movie, Pushpa 2. The actor had, in fact, made a surprise visit to that theatre last week when that tragic incident took place. There are questions being raised about whether or not there was adequate safety. The police case, of course, hinges on the fact that the actor should have, in fact, coordinated the police to ensure that there was sufficient security protocol in place outside that theatre to ensure that such an unfortunate tragedy did not take place. As a counter to that, the theatre owners have in fact come out with a statement and in fact also told the court today that they had in fact informed the local police and had in fact called for additional security. So questions also being raised as to whether or not, just because Allu Arjun is a celebrity, that he is the person who's being solely targeted in this particular case. That's a question which is being raised, of course. Several people have reacted on this entire matter. Let's take a look at some reactions coming in on this. Firstly, that of the victim's husband, who has now said that he is willing to withdraw the case.
నా కొడుకు మూవీ చూస్తా అంటే ఆ రోజు సంధ్యా థియేటర్లో మూవీకి తీసుకెళ్ళాను. మూవీ చూస్తా అంటేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను. అక్కడ అల్లు అర్జున్ వచ్చినందుకు ఆయన తప్పేం లేదు. మేమేమైనా ఉంటే దానికి కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికి రెడీ ఉన్నా. అది న్యూస్ కూడా నాకు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయలేదు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నట్టు. నేను ఇప్పుడు మొబైల్లో చూసిన, హాస్పిటల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు మొబైల్ చూసిన ఇట్లా అల్లు అర్జున్ అరెస్ట్ అయ్యాడని. అల్లు అర్జున్కి అయితే ఏం సంబంధం లేదు వచ్చినందుకు. ఏమైనా ఉంటే నేను కేసు విత్డ్రా చేసుకోనికే రెడీ ఉన్నాను.
There are several actors who are now coming out in support of Allu Arjun. Rashmika Mandanna, who is of course Allu Arjun's co-star in Pushpa 2, has also said that it's disheartening that only one person is being held responsible like this. Actor Varun Dhawan also said something similar. Listen into what he had to say.
I feel जो safety protocols है वो हर चीज एक एक्टर सिर्फ अपने ऊपर नहीं ले सकता है. We can tell people around us, जैसे कि हम लोग अभी मैं इसी के बात कर सकता हूँ. सिनेपोलिस ने बहुत अच्छा प्रबंध किया है यहाँ पे and we are grateful to them on that. And जो हादसा हुआ है वो बहुत दर्दनाक है. Very sorry, send my condolences. But at the same time, I think जो आप blame है सिर्फ एक इंसान पे नहीं डाल सकते.
Right, I'm joined by my colleagues Uma Sudhir and Veera Raghav on this. Uma, coming to you first, if you can sum up some of the arguments and observations, in fact, which were made by the Telangana High Court today while hearing the interim bail plea.
So the Telangana High Court in fact observed that it is a little concerned that the right to life and liberty of Allu Arjun cannot be denied just because he is an actor, and it had shown inclination in fact that he should be granted bail, and that is the argument that they gave when they granted interim bail, which is really in this case they said for a limited period bail, and they even quoted the case of Arnab Goswami and said that they are granting bail in this case, and that bond should be furnished to the jail superintendent in this case, because earlier in the day the Nampally court had already remanded Allu Arjun to judicial custody. So there are 3-4 different things that we need to look at. One is this, of course, the husband of Revati, 35-year-old woman who died in the Stampede, and her husband Bhaskar has come out and told the media that he does not believe that Allu Arjun is responsible for what has happened, and because he is the complainant in this case, he says, I'm willing to withdraw my complaint as well. His 9-year-old son is still in a critical condition in a hospital in Hyderabad. Whether Mr. Bhaskar was under any kind of a pressure, that is not yet clear, but it does sound like a voluntary statement that he has given, and that is in line with what the political reactions and the reaction of the film world, both Tollywood as well as Bollywood, has been. Allu Arjun, of course, is the son of the brother-in-law of Chiranjeevi. Allu Arjun by himself has, of course, a huge standing in the film world itself, but the film personalities, in a sense, veering to support Allu Arjun and say how can he alone be targeted in this particular case. BRS leader Mr. K.T. Ramarao has also reacted on X, saying that this is a kind of an insecurity on the part of Revant Reddy, and they are referring to a rather should I say, incident where Allu Arjun during a success festival, or rather function celebrating the success of Pushpa, had forgotten the name of Revant Reddy, and BRS spokesperson attributing it to some kind of a revenge on the part of the Chief Minister. That, of course, is something that the Chief Minister's office has denied, and the Chief Minister has said that it is going according to law and everyone is equal before the law, and also pointing out that he had nothing to do with the arrest of Allu Arjun. But the more important point is the Sandhya Theatre management, whose owners have also been arrested. They have put out a letter in which it is very clear that it is dated 2nd of December, and the event was to happen on the 4th of December in the evening at 9:30, and they have informed that not just Allu Arjun but also Rashmika and several other crew members are expected at the theatre, and asked the police to make adequate arrangements for that, and this has been stamped by the police of Telangana, Hyderabad police, and therefore it is very obvious that the police were in the know of what had happened. So whether there is a failure in the communication between the police itself, and whether they had failed to provide adequate directions about where he must enter, how long he can stay, and what kind of arrangements of men were to be made at the spot. I am here, in fact, at Sandhya Theatre, where if we were to show you the other side as well, you will see that this is a very crowded area, and this is a place where if a star is coming, there should have been the maximum amount of arrangements made. Back to you.
Right, Uma, let me also bring in Veera Raghav on this. Veera, you know, there are, of course, political barbs being thrown by the opponents at the Telangana government there, but the main question being asked is, can a star in this case be made out to be the main villain in this very tragic incident which has taken place in Hyderabad, because there are several other strands involved. What was the responsibility of the theatre owners in turn saying that they did call the cops. So, but at the moment, of course, all the spotlight is entirely on Allu Arjun.
That's right, Tanima. Look, this boils down to one simple question. Remember that in Southern cinema, this is a phenomenon. First day, first show, release, star arrives, frenzy. We've seen this happen over and over again. There have been tragic instances in the past as well. So it boils down to one simple question. Were the police informed well in advance? Because frenzy is part of Southern reality. The police is overstretched, but they will have to provide protection. There has to be a semblance of order that should be planned, because you know the frenzy is going to happen. So this all boils down to just that one question. How much in advance were the police informed? If they were informed, did they take action? Now that's as far as the legal case is concerned, Tanima. And I think everything will boil down to that letter that Uma was saying that Sandhya Theatre owners had sent across to the police on the 2nd. Now, if they have, then the responsibility falls on the police either to say, no, look, you can't come, because there will be frenzy. If they've allowed him to come, then that frenzy is going to be there and they ought to have protected. But beyond that, Tanima, and I think it's important we ask this question, who is responsible for this frenzy, the star or the fan? What allows this kind of craze for a star or a movie on the first day, first show of release? Stars benefit greatly from this. Remember, their money comes in from the fans. So are they to be held accountable? Should they be behaving more responsible? And this is not, I'm not restricting this just to Allu Arjun. This is across to other stars as well. Should you be more responsible and accountable for the frenzy that happens? Because if you get injured, there is enormous outcry. What about the fans who get injured and die in this case, unfortunately? So I think that's an extremely important question. There's no hard and fast answer to that, Tanima, but we'll have to keep probing for it.
Right, Veera Raghav there. Thank you so much for joining us. There are, of course, a lot of celebrities also who are already reacting on this and asking questions about the responsibility which lay with the theatre owners as well as the local police there. To discuss this further on the show, I'm joined by Dr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, and Sanjay Chadha, an advocate of the Supreme Court. Thank you to both of you, gentlemen, for taking out your time. Coming to you first, Dr. Vikram Singh, you know, questions are being raised. I mean, the theatre owners have clearly produced a letter in which they have said that they did call for additional police arrangement. But now that this tragedy has taken place, it's been a week since then, the blame is now squarely being laid on the theatre owner as well as the star. Isn't it up to that there has to be some sort of an internal inquiry that the police also must conduct in order to figure out what action did they take after receiving that letter of request from the theatre?
Certainly, there has to be an internal inquiry, and there's a protocol that is well established all over the country. And that protocol is that when you receive such a request, then there has to be a rehearsal. A deposit of certain amount has to be deposited in the government treasury, because this is a private function entailing some profit to the Sandhya theatres and to the actors and the actresses there. Therefore, just shooting off a letter does not absolve the Sandhya theatre of their responsibility, neither of Allu. But the police, if they had prior information 48 hours before the incident, they could have done the diligent homework, ensured the proper police arrangements, and then billed them for the police arrangements that they did. But to say that the billing was not happened, nobody can absolve themselves of the responsibility, because the human tragedy has happened. And I would say primarily the Sandhya theatre, who should have ensured a rehearsal, minute-to-minute program should have been rehearsed, entry and exit, and also any contingency plans also had to be in position. Nothing like that happened, and we exactly quoted the recipe of disaster. Therefore, I would say I would blame Sandhya Theatre, then also the actor for taking things for granted, and the police for not being proactive.
Okay. Sanjay Chadha, bringing you in on this now. While there are a lot of questions being raised, of course, on Allu Arjun's responsibility, do you think it largely rests in the realm of moral responsibility, ethical responsibility? Legally, how watertight is this case?
What Adharaniya Vikram Singh ji has just said, that has a lot of strength in it. But I differ in one point, where I don't think that Allu Arjun, who is an actor, his liability should be that much far-reached. Now, only thing which I want to convey, I don't know whether Shri Vikram Singh ji know about it or not. 105 and 118, a culpable homicide not amounting to murder is being charged upon him. I don't think that should be there. It's not totally his fault. Yes, the theatre has to certainly those practices which should have been followed, or from where the people will come, which gate they have to go. All those things should have been practiced. But there is also a responsibility of police. Once it has been informed, everybody knows that in India, especially in South India, there is a great craze of these film stars. And all these film stars are always been taken as if they are the god. Though, that's, I don't follow that philosophy. But you can't, an individual, you can't hold him liable for culpable homicide amounting to, not amounting to murder. That's a grave offense. And I feel, yes, there is a moral duty on his part. His team should have seen it. But you can't arrest him now. 14 days he's been sent to judicial custody. What is the use? What purpose it will serve? I don't understand.
Right. He's, of course, just been granted interim bail a short while back from the High Court. But yes, a lot of people are also raising questions whether or not a direct link can actually be established between the death of this woman, the unfortunate death of this woman. There's no two ways about that, and the actor's responsibility, and what is the quantum of responsibility of the actor in this entire matter. Dr. Vikram Singh, Sanjay Chadha, thank you to both of you for joining us on the show. And now it's time for NDTV special series, Meet Our MPs. In today's episode, my colleague Aishwarya Jain speaks to TMC MP from Mednipur constituency in West Bengal, June Malia.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs. And today I'm being joined by a very special guest, June Malia from Madnipur, from Trinamool Congress, first term MP. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. So in this segment, we get to know our MPs. Please tell us about yourself. How did you got a chance to join politics? What was the vision behind joining politics?
So I've been with Mamta Di since 2009. I'm an actor by profession, and 2021 she offered me a ticket for the assembly elections, and I won the assembly elections, and Midnapur was my assembly which my constituency which I won.
Yes.
And then last year she told me that I have to fight the Lok Sabha against Dilip Ghosh, because Midnapur Lok Sabha was a BJP seat and was won by Dilip Ghosh. We all know who he is. Dada needs no introduction. So when she told me that, you start preparing yourself because you have to do this. So, I was like, yeah, I was a little taken aback because I was like, I didn't even complete 3 years, and here I was. Firstly, I never thought that I would become an MLA, and now she was, asking me to fight for a huge election, mother of all elections, I would say. And but I was a little surprised, but then I said, of course, and I plunged into it. It was very difficult because obviously we had to recover the seat. And Dilip Da was quite a popular MP in Midnapur, but then he was sent to Bardhaman to fight against Kirti Azad, where he lost against Kirti, and Agnimitra Paul, who's the existing Asansol MLA, she was put up against me.
Okay.
But it was a very close and a very difficult elections which I fought, which I'll remember for the rest of my life, only because it didn't only take a lot of energy, a lot of work, but the heat was excruciating those 3 months. And in Bengal we had elections in 8 phases, and ours was almost towards the end, the 7th phase, and it was quite traumatic where the heat was concerned. But now when I think about it, I almost I asked my son, who was with me during the campaign, I said, how did we do it? God has been kind, Didi has been kind, and Abhishek, who had the party had faith in me because Midnapur was a very important seat and they really wanted to, get it back. So yeah, that's how it started, and I've also worked as a member of the Women's Commission in Bengal, and later on I became a member of the Child Rights Protection Committee as well. So yes, that's how it started.
But being an actor and being in that industry, have you ever thought, you work for society a bit in last many years. We have seen your work as well in Bengal. But have you ever thought of, having a journey and entering the parliament as well?
No. As I said, I just said that. For me, it was a huge surprise. But at the same time, I was, as an actor, I've worked with various NGOs. I've always worked for AIDS awareness, and I always feel that as a citizen, we should be responsible. We also need to give it back to our society. We just cannot keep taking it.
Absolutely.
So that's why I used to work a lot. But I must say that that this is a great canvas and a platform to work for the people.
Absolutely.
And which I am doing. I did that as an MLA these 3 years. I had quite an experience, and I got an opportunity. And now I've given. And of course, it's a huge honor to be a member.
I also want to talk about your constituency. What are those problems that you see, and what do you want to change? What's your vision for your constituency that you want to bring in next 5 years?
See, I'm not going to sound cliche by saying that women needs to be empowered. Of course, they need to be empowered. But my constituency right now, I have the child marriage issue, which needs to be dealt with.
Okay.
And I'm looking into that I've spoken to my district magistrate. I've spoken with the government. Our minister who looks after Dr. Shashi Paja, who is the minister of the Women's and Child Development. We are looking into that, and I want to build awareness because child marriage is always related to many other things. Child marriage also is related to human trafficking. Child marriage is related to anemia. Child marriage, so this is something that I really need to look into, and I want to. And also Kharagpur, the railways, I've already spoken about it during the interim budget session.
Correct.
I made a speech in 0 hour. I wrote in the article 377. I did a mention, and I also I took part in the discussion of demands for grant. So, I've spoken to the minister as well, the honorable minister. So let's hope that I can do something for Kharagpur town as well.
Lastly, ma'am, before I wind up, while you enter the parliament premises, while you enter the democracy, the temple of democracy, what we call parliament is, how does it feel?
As I said, it's a huge honor. It's, the first day when I walked in, I took my oath. I was really overwhelmed because I never in my wildest of dreams ever thought that, as you said, it's a temple of democracy, that I will be a part of it. So for me, I'm privileged, and I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me. I'm elected. So, I have to.
As a first-term MP, do you see any challenges posting those questions in the parliament or representing thousands of people who had a lot of hope from you?
It's not challenging, but I would again like to thank Mamta Di because, I've worked as an MLA for 3 years, and, it's quite similar.
Mm-hmm.
I've worked and I've taken part during the session in West Bengal Legislative Assembly. So, by and large, it's very similar as to how I know how to, start questions and 0 hour and mention. And so, I've gone through that training.
You have that experience.
So for me, I have that experience. So it wasn't difficult.
Okay.
But yes, the challenge is huge because, as I said, I've been elected by lakhs of people from my Lok Sabha Kendra, which is Midnapur, and they have given me a lot of love when I was an MLA, and I have to work for them. That's it, because I am their voice over here.
One message to the people of Midnapur as well, as we are standing in the parliament, at the parliament premises. Your message to all of those who have voted for you.
Yes, my message will be a lot of gratitude to all of them, all of you who voted voted me as your representative for in the parliament, and I promise you that I won't let you down.
Thank you so
Joy
much.
Bangla, Joy Midnapur, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Arjun Malia, the Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament from Madnipur, speaking to NDTV on a special segment, Meet Our MPs.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year, only on the NDTV network.
And I swipe it there, bound rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something.
Hello and welcome to India Sense. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Dear viewers, we are turning the page today in this edition, starting a story which is not about geopolitics, it's not about the economy. We are starting the show with a story that's about the rise of a new India. India that is young, ambitious and shattering records as it goes along. And who exemplifies that story better than the 18-year-old Gukesh, who's now the youngest ever chess champion. Take a look at these unforgettable moments that tell you the story of India Ascents.
And yeah, my journey, it's been, since the time I started playing chess, like 6.5, 7, I've been dreaming about this, about living this moment for like more than 10 years.
All right, let's now take a look at the big headlines at India Sense. First up, Myanmar's military junta loses its last foothold in northern Rakhine state as ethnic insurgents capture critical BGP-5 base along Bangladesh border. How will this impact the region? India Sense decodes. Ahead of likely trade tensions, US President-elect Donald Trump trolls Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau again, calls him Governor of Canada. Europe teeters on the edge, deeply flawed upcoming elections in Romania, Georgia and Belarus, set to become European democracies' litmus test. Meanwhile, there's some political sanity in France as the next French Prime Minister has been appointed. New Delhi gears up to ink a $4 billion defense deal with Moscow. The move is certain to reshape the power balance in Asia. And External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar's straight talk in Parliament over attacks on minorities in Bangladesh calls them a source of concern. All right, our big story on India Sense this week is from Myanmar, where the Arakan army has now advanced into Mongdo, which is the key city in the country's Rakhine state. And in fact, Arakan army is now controlling key border posts, including the strategic BGP-5 base along the Bangladesh border. In fact, the map that we'll put out for our viewers really will decode exactly how significant that is, because the group now wields significant and important power over those who enter and exit Myanmar across the porous frontier with Bangladesh. That you can see on your border, on your screens right now, what this border really means. And now there's a burning question here. Will the Arakan army now move further into Bangladesh? They're already on the border. border? And specifically, will they target the key port city of Chittagong? Why is that significant? Because it has a population of about 25% Hindus, 5% Christians. So that's why it's significant and important for India as well. And any spillover could stir up long-standing religious and ethnic tensions that could trigger further instability in this region. As far as Yunus is concerned, he faces an uphill battle. A fresh influx of Rohingya refugees fleeing renewed violence could put immense pressure on a nation that's already struggling with a humanitarian crisis, further destabilize an already fragile system. Bangladesh already houses over 740,000 Rohingyas since 2017, and housing any more of them would be both politically and economically very difficult for Yunus and Bangladesh. Let's now take a look at how it impacts India. The stakes are very high for India as well. India shares over 1,600 kilometers of porous border with Myanmar, which has impacted India's social fabric due to the influx of illegal people, drugs and arms. And now with the Arakan army gaining ground, Manipur and Mizoram are two states in India that may